we shall it's the new game button. 1890. Botany Manor in Somerset. There's no such place. Okay, look around and walk. I can handle that. Appear to be in some sort of greenhouse. There are plants. To absolutely nobody's surprise, Botany Manor has plants in it. Cassie says maybe you need to create Botany Manor IRL. I am fortunate enough as it is to even be able to afford a house with the economy as it currently is. Something on the scale of the building depicted in this game is very much beyond my means, Cassie. I have a garden which is not much bigger than this room. I do my best with it. Okay, this thing is glowing at me. Collect parcel. Arabella Green is our name, apparently. Botany Manor, Somerset. Forgotten Flora. A herbarium by Arabella Green. Dear Arabella Green, thank you once again for submitting your book proposal, Forgotten Flora. Please send this empty herbarium back to us once you have completed your research. We'll be in touch with a potential offer. Sincerely, Mayflower Publishing House. Altibago says, sure it doesn't exist anymore, maybe because it was made of cheese and somebody ate it. So, here's the thing. Canonically within the game, Botany Manor isn't even in North Somerset, it's in South Somerset. It's near Taunton. It's nowhere near Cheddar. Even if you think my house is made of cheese, this is definitely not made of cheese. Okay, so we can apparently, we can flip through the book with A and D. Okay. So I have a feeling that the game is going to involve compiling this book, which is currently empty. But we will be filling it with weird and wonderful things, which is a lovely way to organise the game. I like that. Some other things here. Cassie says Arabella's got some interstellar gator skin boots. Where am I looking? All I can see are cacti. And mushrooms. These aren't even plants. They're fungi. What are they doing in Botany Manor? Okay, tab brings up that. Listen then, anytime I try to tab out of the game, it's gonna bring up the menu. It's a song lyric. Okay. Thank you for confirming, Cassie. Apparently, according to Cassie, these fungi are on loan from Mycology Manor. Well, this is the thing. They're not even in the right place. Also, like, Don't keep your books in the green. Look, you can see how humid it is in here. You do not keep books in a hot, humid greenhouse because it will completely ruin them. This is no. Don't do this. That's bad librarianship. Harry says Mycology Manor sounds fun. Well, potential sequel to this game, I guess. Okay. Lady Arabella, we are so happy to have you back at Botany Manor. I hope you had a lovely trip. In your absence, I'm afraid some things in the manor have deteriorated. Though I can assure you we tried our best to keep things in order. I hope it doesn't affect your research too much today. Bennett the groundskeeper. You go away for 2 months and you come back and they've trashed the place. I don't know. Oh, also easier to read text. I actually approve of this for accessibility reasons. If you press tab, it puts the text into an easier to read format. I can read it off here though. Tibago speculates that they might be using the books to grow the mushrooms. Maybe. Okay, I think that's all I can interact with. Fresh start. So, excuse me. Something I do know from watching Izzy play is that the plants in this game are an interesting mix of real flowers and fictitious ones. Daffodils, as I'm sure many of you know, are real. Windmillwort, the volcanic flower, not so much. Oops. There is also this table of ideal soil temperatures for Mediterranean wildflowers, which, yeah, I have no idea if that data is accurate or not. We also have some chemistry equations on this board, which is interesting. What's that? That's ammonia plus ammonium hydroxide. Wait, isn't this one explosive? Is this how you make fertilizer? I suppose that would make sense, like, thematically. Cassie says, I saw someone give a talk on mushrooms. He was so high you couldn't understand a word he was saying. I wonder how long that joke has been doing the rounds at mycology conferences, Cassie. Probably many years. Things we can interact with. Important clues get added to the herbarium where you can assign them to plants. If you're stuck, tracking clues can help you organise and validate your research. Windmillwort. I want to grow the windmillwort to filter the smoggy air in my conservatory. I'll need to research its temperature requirements first. Or you could just invest in air conditioning. But yeah, this can't be good for your lungs. Seeds. I have collected a seed. And it tells me I haven't filled in all the right clues for this plant. I haven't filled in any clues for this plant. What do we have here? Potting instructions. Place soil in pot, plant a seed, and water the seed. Yeah, the practical gardening advice with Emma right here. Helps if you do step 3 before step 4. If you water the seed when it's not in the pot, results may be suboptimal. El Tibago says, right along there with, there isn't mushroom in this conference centre. Oh, God. Am I going to have a stream of mushrooms? Look, they're not even plants. You're all fixated on the mushroom puns. Hello, Liari. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. Okay. So we can actually do stuff with pots. Yeah, well, let's see, if I'm doing it in order, I need to put the put the pot on the saucer, so put the soil in the pot. And only then plant the seed. Hello, Moonchild. Welcome in. Moonchild says best Emma and also redeems their flower of the day. This is a very Emma appropriate game we're playing today. All about botany. Although this is not botany, I should clarify. This is gardening. Gardening and botany are not really the same thing. I know they both involve plants. Also, how many pots do we have? This seems like a lot. Okay. There we go. I can't actually interact with the watering can, interestingly, which is going to make step 4 a bit difficult. Seed. Okay, seed planted. Okay, now we can interact with the water. Okay. Potting instructions complete. Can't actually interact with the windmill wort now that I've planted it. What else is going on in here? Is this the room temperature or the water temperature? I'm a bit worried if the room temperature can go up to 80 degrees. That would it would not only kill most of the plants, it would also kill most of the Emma. Ooh, a newspaper. Somerset falls victim to industrial smog. 19th of September 1890. I mean, to be honest, it's not wrong. So, North Somerset in the 1890s was a pretty dirty industrial place. That was probably around the peak of the Somerset coalfields output. So the area where Emma lives and the surrounding villages all had working coal mines, and everybody still burnt coal for heating at home as well. So everything was covered in a thin layer of soot at all times. Yeah, this is actually pretty accurate. I can barely see horse bus drivers refuse to work in these conditions. Hello, Wildflower. Wildflower, if you haven't seen this game, I know you've got to lurk, but if you haven't seen this game, Wildflower, you must play it. It's called Botany Manor. Look at all the plants. It's a puzzle game about plants. I think you would enjoy it. But thank you for dropping by, and thank you for your lurk, and I'll give you a quick shout out as well. There we go. Cassie says, pub o'clock. Have a fun time with Botany Manor. No problem, Cassie. Thank you for stopping by. El Tibago says yummy soot cheese. Well, yeah, quite. If you're going to make your buildings out of cheese, you can't really have soot around, can you? Okay. Postcard from Marianne. Dearest Arabella, on my hike, came across the windmill word. Okay. Marianne has been holidaying in Sicily, clearly. Flower that only grows in Sicily. Some locals told me the flower has air purifying qualities, but due to its bespoke temperature requirement, the plant rarely blooms. Maybe the flower could help with the smog pollution in your conservatory. Brendan Pier, Marianne. Well, it's very thoughtful of you, Marianne. I think we should just move the boiler out of the conservatory and that would solve the smog problem, but what do I know? Bye, Cassie. Thank you for stopping by. Ooh. There's a lot of stuff in here. Right, I literally cannot see where I'm going here. Okay. Game does not want me to walk any further, clearly. So I think what we need to do now is identify that windmillwort is a volcanic flower found in Sicily, and therefore the ideal soil temperature is 60 degrees. That's simple enough. I'm just a little concerned that this will raise the air temperature and not the soil temperature. But let's try setting it to 60 and see what happens. Our windmill word. Let me put these back on the right shelf as well. Clues. Temperature chart in conservatory, postcard in conservatory, and wildflowers in conservatory. There we are, we found all the clues. Now what happens? We can pick up the plant. Inspect windmillwort seedling. Definitely a seedling. Moonchild says, Emma, you know what I realised yesterday? I lived in the UK for a couple of months a few years ago, and it was actually in Somerset, which I didn't know. So we were neighbours for a few months without knowing. Oh, that's lovely, Moonchild. I mean, it's a fairly big place. It stretches 40, 50 miles or so, and includes some big places. If you lived in Bristol or Bath, then you weren't that close to me, but nevertheless, that is good to know. Thank you for sharing. Question now is, what do I do? No. Probably not that. I just binned my seedling. Okay. It's alright, we can plant another one. Emma's just pressing random buttons to see what happens. There we are. It's back. Aldi says the Moonchild, was your house also made of cheese when you lived there? Ah, okay, you were in Froome. Good to know. Yeah, at some point I'm going to have to ask you to stop with this whole house made of cheese thing. None of us live or lived in Cheddar. And even in Cheddar, the houses aren't made of cheese. How he is being silly. Can I just put plants anywhere I like? Looks like I can. That's actually really cool. Can I pick up any of these? No. Okay. I can't pick up the existing ones. I can only pick up this one. Yes, I think I have researched its temperature requirements. It didn't take much research. It was right over here. It's this one. It's a volcanic flower. And it grows in Sicily. I know it grows in Sicily because it says so on this postcard. Flowers only grows in Sicily. So, what more do I need to do? Where does this go? Ah, okay. You actually have to turn the damn thing on to heat the air up. That makes more sense. Harry claims to never be silly, and I have plenty of evidence against that. Right, okay. So the air temperature in here is now 60 degrees. Emma is currently passing out from heat exhaustion. but at least my plants are okay. You're still not growing. Maybe if we put you right by the heat vent. Aha. There we go. Windmill wort. You can see why you would call it that, can't you? I am intrigued from a scientific perspective quite how this works. The windmill wort naturally grows in volcanic soil, which is why it requires a soil temperature of 60 degrees. The bud contains air purifying qualities, so the flower can filter its environment from dense smog. But how does it spin? How would the plant? You can't have a rotary joint in a plant. It wouldn't be able to draw nutrients from its roots and send them into its petals because of the rotation would cut it off. Like this, how does this work? Harry says, can plants spin like that? And the answer is no, in real life. They definitely can't. Or they can, but if they can, then you've snapped the stalk. Anyway, let's put our windmill work somewhere. Let's put it in here. There we go. Look, we can see. Isn't that amazing? And look at this place. Wow. Yeah, this is. I feel compelled to point out that this is not typical residential quarters for a Somerset botanist. It's not much money in botany. See, what I would like to do at this point is say, Emma's house is not nearly this nice. You can ask Harry, he's been here. But I'm never going to be able to say that because all Harry will say is, no, her house is made of cheese. And it isn't. My house is not made of cheese. It's also a lot smaller than this. is not an accurate portrayal of life in Somerset. I wish it was. I wish it was this pretty. Also, the random teacups everywhere are a nice touch. Not sure how realistic that part is. Sit. Okay. Is that our house? Okay, that's even bigger than I thought it would be. If flowers go spinny, then Emma goes spinny, says Teabago. That's a lot of cheese. Harry says I did have a comment ready for later. There are two things that need to happen here. People need to realise that my life is not like this, but people equally need to realise that my house is not made of cheese. Nothing is real, okay? What you can see behind you is real. That's the only bit that's real. Right, we have a show outfit and a blow-high request. Oh, I was so tired I didn't even put the colour on. I suppose we should have green in keeping with the plant theme. Oh, I just got... the game just gave me an achievement for sitting still for more than a minute because I was talking to chat. Hello Lana the Panda, who says best Emma, best chat. This isn't best chat, Lana. I think your chat is better chat. This chat misbehaves and tells me that my house is made of cheese. I've never seen your chat do that. But welcome in, Lana. We are playing Botany Manor today. It was the winning game in the poll. But don't worry, Lana, don't worry. I will take all results of the Discord poll into account. Second place was Lingo and third place was Planet of Lana. So you may see those games in future. I can't make any promises, but we might be playing them in the future. I've just gone to full screen because Teabago redeemed Go outfit. Oh, and Harry redeemed Blow High as well. Lana says, my chat never misbehaves. Are you sure about that? And Harry says we just eat pandas instead. Yes, your chat definitely misbehaves. Mostly through eating pandas. Or changing your voice. Or giving you a big face. Or saying bombastic side-eye. Criminal offensive side-eye. Yes, no panda eating. You're not allowed to do it in here either. Just because you're not in Lana's channel doesn't suddenly make it okay to eat pandas. I will mod Lana and you will all get banned for eating the pandas. I will do it. I will do it. Okay, outfit today is this top, which I think people like because it has pattern on. And one of my flowery skirts. It had to be a flowery skirt because botany. Lana, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Moonchild. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much. PC fan has just gone up to max speed. I didn't realise that Botany Manor would be such a CPU intensive game, but apparently it is. LT Bago says, I don't think mods can ban mods. No. But if you start eating pandas, Tibago, then I might have to take action against that. Which may include appointing a new mod. In the form of a certain panda. Okay, let's go and fetch Blue. Here is outfit. This is Blowhite. He is soft and cuddly, and we love him. We didn't have him last stream at all. Today he will sit with us for a bit. Oop. Such a cute outfit, says Lana. Well, thank you. Lana, Best Panda, has very cute outfits. Let me shout out Lana the Panda. Best Panda. There's a lot of cozy streams, plays RPGs and such like. Well, I think she has cute outfits on her stream. I think on her Instagram she has like cosplays and stuff as well, so much cuter than anything I would do. Thank you for the shout out, says Lana. No, I always must shout out my streamer friends, and I will say what you say, Lana. I will say, if you're not following Lana the Panda, what are you doing? What are you doing with your lives? You must go and follow. Not really, I just wear basic stuff, says Lana. Not sure if I would classify a panda onesie as basic stuff, but maybe it is in your world. I don't know. Oh. Okay. Get back to the game, shall we? Sorry, every time I tab out, by the way, it mutes the music, so I'll try to minimise how much I do that. I don't wear that on a regular basis, it's a redeem. You can't fool us, Lana. I know whenever you're not streaming and you're at home, you're lounging around in the panda onesie. I know this to be true. It's here. Drawing from nature. Okay. I don't appear to be able to open the book. I can rotate the book. I can see the title of the book. I cannot read the book. Fair enough. I guess we're not going to learn how to draw from nature just yet. This is very pretty. I wish I had a garden this big. Would fill it with all kinds of plants. Lana says, how are you liking the game so far? Honestly, we've been chatting so much we haven't even made that much progress. But I'm liking the game. I'm mostly I like it because it's a game about plants. And I get to be an annoying pedant and say, no, that's not how botany works. Which is the sort of thing I enjoy doing, even if everybody else hates it. Ooh. Peephole in the wall. LT Bago says to Lana, you did the Sith cosplay and you wear wigs and cowboy hats and all sorts. That's a lot of effort in my book. I agree, T-Bago. Yeah. Soil on the path. Must sweep it up. Botany Manor, home of the Green family. This is what it says. We can't leave. We're trapped. We've been imprisoned in this house. I'm currently busy researching. Please leave all deliveries in the gatehouse and ring the bell. Arabella. Oops. Oh. We have a key to the entrance garden. Oh, we can ring the bell. We don't seem to have any deliveries though. I was kind of hoping Amazon might have been left as a package. But, no such luck. Lana says, well thank you, I wish I was more creative than that. Probably my Sith outfit was the one I liked so far. You have nice outfits on it, and you do purple hair sometimes as well. I do love your purple hair. I've never dyed my hair. Okay, so the key I think we needed to get in here. Here is Botany Manor. Harry says I can confirm all homes in rural Somerset look like that. It's not this big. There are houses that look like this. They're mostly owned by the National Trust these days. LT Bago points out that Amazon wasn't a thing in 1890. It was. You had to literally go up the Amazon River in order to get your package. It was hard work. Orchard. Okay, the orchard is locked right now. Fair enough. Now this is this is a bigger garden than most National Trust properties actually. I thought Dr. Crouch had a big garden, but it's nothing compared to this. Ooh, little water feature. My house was not bigger, Harry. Harry, people will stop subscribing to me because they think I'm rich. I do not have a... Sorry for the flickering. I do not have a big house. Ever wanted to take a shower while you're in your garden? Well, now you can. I like you can sit on the benches and enjoy the scenery though. I appreciate that aspect of the game. LT Bago says Emma stream from the cheese turret when... I do not have a cheese turret on my house. Wow, we are locked out of our... Are we sure we live here? We don't seem to have the keys for any of the doors. We're not just breaking in to steal all the botany. Harry says, do you want the stream to start very late? It was quite the hike to get there. Why, of all the things that my chat could have turned into a meme, why does it have to be Emma's house is made of cheese, which is complete nonsense to start with? Look, silly game. This isn't a locked door. I could quite easily move this table out the way or even just climb under it. I can see stuff down there. Okay, it obviously wants us to go this way. Shift to run, that's good. More potting equipment. And I just got an achievement for picking up this duck. The achievement description is inspect a duck. Does inspect the duck? Definitely a duck. Glad we cleared that one up. El Tibago says, I very much enjoy that because Tibago is technically a doctor, Emma knows 2 Dr. Crouches. Is that your surname, Tibago? I thought you didn't want that to be public. Hello, Squid Coder. Welcome in. Squid Coder says, I'm really happy and hyped. Well, I'm glad to hear it. And hello, Auburn, who says, good old Christmas duck. Yes, just chilling here on the sunny windowsill. As you would if you were a duck. Okay, what's going on in here? Ooh, this is a cozy little room. My dearest Arabella, I hope this letter finds you well. As you set off for London on your important trip, the thought of you in the bustling city working on your ambitions both excites and worries me. Time has indeed passed, and yet your determination for your field remains inspiring to me. I never imagined all those years ago that we would be writing to each other in our 5th decade about such endeavours. I look forward to hearing about your progress, and of course, let me know how I can be of assistance upon your return. Your loving sister, Elizabeth. El Tibago says, no, but my username is based on a crouch. I suppose in a sense it is. So, when you say you're technically a doctor, Tibago, does that mean you have a PhD? And if so, what is it in? Squid Coder says I'm hyped because DF Hack for Dwarf Fortress got a release today. I'm in the release notes. Well, congratulations, Squid Coder. What did you do to make it into the release notes? Did you contribute to the game development? Did you report a bug? Have you been added to the game? Are you now a dwarf? What's the significance of the release notes? Oh, we can sit on the chair. Sure. I probably won't sit on every chair I come across. That might get a bit tedious. Okay, do we have... Okay, we have the key for the front door at least. Wow, this is Survivors of Adversity. Look, much as I am a big fan of botany, there appears to be a tree growing in my entrance hallway. How long have I been gone exactly that this has managed to grow here? Squid Coder says, I am the maintaining contributor of the Stone Sense plugin for DF Hack. Thank you for your contributions to that game, Squid Coder. Not sure if I'll ever play Dwarf Fortress on stream, but I've heard good things about it for sure. Yeah, see, I was just saying earlier, canonically, Botany Manor is in South Somerset near Taunton. Railway ticket for Taunton to London Paddington. First class, elderly discount applied. Return journey. Well... There we go. Ah, family tree. So that's us there. Arabella Mary Green, born 1835. We are 65 at the time of this game. Apparently we can only trace our family back 2 generations. It's a nice tree though. Appreciate it. Auntie Bago says, I have an honorary doctorate in Internet Social Studies. Wow, okay. I suppose the amount of time you spend hanging around in Twitch, socialising on the internet, it must be something you're an expert on. Did you study some particular aspect of internet social studies? And if so, I'm curious to know the detail. Squidcoder says, for those not in the know, Stone Sense is an isometric 3D visualizer for Dwarf Fortress. Yes, I've heard of DF Hack. I hadn't heard of Stone Sense specifically, but that's good to know, Squidcoder. Thank you for informing us. Okay. A book here about pyrophiles. Fire has the potential to be among the most devastating forces of nature. Despite this, humans have developed the ability to invent, wield, and attempt to manage it. Meanwhile, certain species of the plant kingdom have evolved to adapt and flourish in the face of fire. In areas where forest fires occur frequently, pyrophiles have learned to rely on fire as a crucial part of their life cycle. Seeds typically possess tough shells. Some pyrophiles only bloom when surrounded by smoke aromas from their natural habitat. Well, it's not entirely true, but it is true that fire is a natural part of some ecosystems. Fires started by lightning strikes, for example, burning areas of heathland or forests or dry grass is a natural part of an ecosystem and helps new plants to give new plants space to grow. Travel by train to Dartmoor all the year round. Home to breathtaking sights. Hound Tor, Wistman's Wood and Becky Falls. Yeah, I have been to Hound Tor. I have been along where the Dartmoor line used to be. I mean, I've walked along it because the railway shut decades ago. But it would have existed at the time this game is set, so that's accurate. And Dartmoor, of course, is just as scenic as it always was. Kitchen. Can't go in the kitchen yet. Can't go in the back terrace. Can't go in the painting room. I guess we have to solve the puzzle in here first. Haven't yet established what the puzzle is. Aha, a door we can open. El Tibago says, I sent them money with a screenshot of Facebook. They sent me the documents. My full title is the Right Reverend the Doctor. Yeah. In that case, you're not actually a doctor, Tibago. Like, you're not saying you technically are. You aren't. Some titles are not regulated. So, for example, if a trans person wants to start calling themselves Miss or Ms instead of Mr., then you can just do that. There are no rules. But there are rules about whether you can use the title Doctor. And if that's true, Tibago, then you can't. Chemicals. These seem a bit dangerous to just have here on a shelf. Okay. Who wants to make some high explosives? Or perhaps some drugs? Chemical disposal bucket. This is what the upper classes get up to in their spare time. They run a secret drug lab. The art of painting again. This is the second art of painting book we've seen that we can't actually open. I'm starting to wonder if these are fake books that they're just leaving lying around the place to make it look like they can paint. Also, the uneaten biscuit alert. Why can I not click on this biscuit? I want to eat the bit. No, I want to eat the biscuit. Give biscuit. Oh, I mean, it's probably gone stale by now, but still, you can't just leave a biscuit there temptingly and not let me eat it. Give biscuit. Oh, no. Not going to work. Orban says they should let me take the test for the bar just so I can be an esquire. How it is now, you have to go to law school first. Maybe I misunderstand, Orban. Yes, you have to go to law school to take the bar exam. I feel like you would struggle to pass it without. Not sure what your point is there. Wow, this is quite the dining room. I can't help but notice the layout of this house. The kitchen is here. So in order to get from the kitchen to the dining room, you have to walk through the chemistry lab, where you could just sprinkle some barium on everybody's food. This seems dubious. Hello, Alameno. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you for doing your flower. Alameno says AI passed the bar exam. No, it didn't. There's not many topics that are off limit on my channel, but AI shills, crypto shills, that sort of thing are not welcome here, sorry. Ooh, what is this? Botanical folk tales. Some ancient Celtic tribes practiced a coming-of-age ritual. This meant that when someone was considered old enough, it was time to prove themselves worthy of staying in the tribe. One of these rituals involved picking a flower in the woods, though not just any flower, of course. The gatherer had to find a Fulgaria, for this flower is known to only bloom during thunderstorms. Keeping a cool head while lightning flashes were striking left and right of you was considered the ultimate test of courage. You'll be pleased to know that Fulgaria is entirely fictional. Wouldn't be a good strategy to only bloom during thunderstorms, to be honest. It takes several days for a flower to fully bloom. The thunderstorm would be long gone. Also, if it's insect pollinated, the insects would not be out in the thunderstorm. Now, does this mean we're going to have to go out in a thunderstorm and find one? I see myself in the mirror. No, I'm too short. Can't see myself in the mirror. Altibago says QAHE are an accredited association that supply legitimate qualifications in the Republic of Moldova. Uh, sure. And I'm the Queen of Sweden. Arabella and Elizabeth. Ah, okay. One of these is me. Sure which one. Ah, we found the key to the back terrace. Progress. Actual progress. We're not just wandering around for no reason. Horse. 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 Piano. Can we play the piano? Oh, harpsichord. Not even a piano. Very nice playing, but she only seems to do 5 notes at a time. This is a cozy little room, isn't it? Imagine if I had something like this as my streaming background. Yeah, here we are. Look, see, look, this is basically a streaming setup. I mean, there's a camera, there's a backdrop with a shelf with interesting things on it. There's a this is an 1890s version of a Stream Deck. It only had one button in those days. This is where you put the chat so that you can read it. In those days, Twitch chat was a bit different because broadcasting hadn't been invented. Twitch chat would sit on this sofa over here, and they'd just yell things across to the streamer. And the streamer would be here with the camera, and then there'd be a guy here frantically cranking a handle. People think streaming is new. It's been going on for centuries. Lana says, one button to nuke the stream when chat misbehaves. That's actually a good idea. I don't have an end stream button on my Stream Deck because I'd be worried about hitting it accidentally. I have a be right back screen button and I have a raid button, but I don't have an end stream button. Auburn says you didn't play Jackbox with chat, you had seances. Yeah, pretty much. You're going to keep quoting that quote, aren't you, Harry? Yes, let's press the ye old Stream Deck button. Did it take a picture of me? No. I must admit, I don't know how to use one of these cameras. Does it work anything like an iPhone? Oh, I see. It says developing on it. I don't think it's developed anything, though. Well, never mind. You can come back to it if we need to solve a puzzle with it. Ooh, glasses. I cannot wear the glasses. I can examine the glasses. Ah. Okay, we have instructions for the Stream Deck. Your new Lumen photographic flash lamp. Fill the container with flash powder. Close the container. Press the button connected to the camera and the Lumen flash lamp. Witness a bright flash. Better results guaranteed. Lovely. Somebody needs to polish these mirrors. Well, maybe one of these chemicals serves as the flash in the flash lamp. Oh dear. Altibago has Harry has clipped the good old days of stream. Altibago says 99% less memory leak than Elgato webcams. Yeah, it's not the webcam itself, it's the software that's not very good. Ooh, we have more seeds. Okay, this is the thunderstorm seed, the Fulguria. I came across the Fulguria when I was caught in a terrible thunderstorm. I'm interested to learn more about its growth requirements. Well, we learned about pyrophiles, and we learned that it only blooms in lightning. Okay, and apparently the flash lamp manual is a clue as well. So I think I can put two and two together here and decide that what we're going to have to do is use the flash lamp to simulate lightning and get the plant to bloom. Blurry photograph. Camera experiment 1. I purchased a new camera and flash lamp to document my flowers. The picture looks a little blurry though. I'll have to investigate the camera setting. Picture is so dark, impossible to see the flowers. I can't believe how quickly I've run out of that incredibly expensive flash powder. That's how they get you. It's like printer ink. They sell you the camera cheap, and then they charge you an arm and a leg for the flash powder. Harry says setting up the lighting for the webcam was more of a pain back in the day. Yeah, what you don't see is behind my screen here I have a giant candlestick with a bunch of... That's how I'm lighting the stream. This one looks nicely developed. I'm very pleased with this picture. Looks like I'm getting the hang of the camera. That does look nice. I don't know if that's the plant that we need to be growing here. Pass 3. Not only is the door to the library locked, it's locked with a combination lock. I'm sure we'll be revealing the code soon. Blocked? It's not blocked by... This is a dead twig. You could just snap it off. If you insist. Okay, so I think this is coming together. What we don't know yet is what chemicals the flash powder is made out of. We have most of the other information we need. Yeah, the photographs are another clue. So we have 4 out of the 5 clues. What is this? Arabella's parents. In the days before photographs, you had these little silhouettes. Quite a relatively inexpensive way of getting a portrait. Okay. So I'm obviously missing another clue somewhere, so there must be something I can interact with that I haven't. Otherwise, this would offer up another clue. Hiding behind the tree. Look at this. No, we didn't look at this. Lady Arabella Green, I'm pleased to let you know that your family tree is complete, carefully tracing the history of your lineage. As per your request, I have altered the customary presentation, now displaying the maiden names of the ladies in your family rather than their current names acquired through marriage. Should you require any further adjustments or have additional inquiries, I remain at your service. I mean, I don't know if this game is intending to push a feminist angle by mentioning that. Plant Fulguria. Here we go. Water. So what I think we need to do is take this to, where was the camera again? In here. This is a strange layout for a building, by the way. Why is there not a door straight through to the drawing room? What I think we need to do is place this here, and then use the flash on it. The question is how to make the flash powder. Inspect flask. Flask. Sure, seems plausible. Is there in here? I wonder if we missed any clues outside. We looked at that letter. We didn't fully look round this area. Aha. A letter that we didn't look at. My dear friend, good luck on your trip. I would have loved to join you like in our younger days, but your tales about the trip will suffice when we next meet. I will never forget the Maria Jackson passage you once highlighted to me. In examining plates, you take the authority of others, whereas in botany, as in all other things, we can make little progress if we do not see for ourselves. Well, now you must travel and see some interesting specimens for yourself. I am inspired and look forward to hearing all about it. Your friend always, Eleanor. Hello, Rooney. Welcome in. Thank you for raiding with your party of 5 viewers. Those 5 viewers are, in no particular order, Brute Force, Harry, Otto, Hurricane, and Lana. Hello, all of you. Welcome in. Hello to Brute, Otto, Best Potat, and Hurricane. But you were already here. Thank you so much for raiding, Rooney. I did drop in very briefly earlier, but I was still at work and I was also mostly watching Ophelia, so apologies I wasn't more active in your stream today. If you want to let everyone know what you were streaming and how successful it was, please do. Everybody, please go check out Rooney. Rooney is super cozy, awesome streamer. Plays a lot of RPGs. in the past has sometimes played RPGs using RNG, using dice to decide the dialogue options at randomize. Quite hilarious. Recently watched Rooney play a bit of Red Dead Redemption, which was a lot of fun. Wow, gift subs are happening. Hello, also to Kerjo, who says it's a raid. What on earth is happening? Okay, somebody is gifting a lot of subs. Rooney, I'm not quite sure how you managed this, but you raided with a party of 5 viewers, and so far 7 people have said it's a raid. So I think Twitch was doing you a disservice by underestimating your view count. Thank you everybody for joining us. We are playing Botany Manor today. As you all probably know, I am a botanist when I'm not playing video games on the internet. So this game seems pretty relevant to me. It was inevitable I would play it at some point. Kerjo says, I won't be staying but had to come and say hi before heading off to play games. No problem, Kerjo. Thank you for participating in the raid. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your games. Thank you. Right, the anonymous gifter. Whoever you are, anonymous gifter, I do appreciate your anonymous gifts. To Rooney, Otto, and Hurricane, all of you, please enjoy using your Emma emotes. We have all these wonderful flowers to choose from, among other things. Yeah, I hope the sub inspires you to come here more often, and don't forget, everyone, if you haven't already, every stream for just 10 channel points you can redeem your flower of the day. Every time you come, there is a random British wildflower for you to redeem and slowly build up your own wildflower garden. Rooney says, thank you for the gift sub, you lovely bean, to anonymous gifter. Lana says, Kojo, take care, thank you for the suggestion. Rooney says, playing Control and finished the main story today. Just have the DLC to go. Congratulations, Rooney. Congratulations. LT Bago says, these sure are some nice anonymous. Yes, I'm trying to figure out who it is. I've seen a lot of people in here gift subs before, but they tend to do it non-anonymously, so who knows? Otto says, hope you're doing well, Gertrude, and everyone else. I've had a bad week at work. I'm tired, and I still got a bit of a cough, but I'm still here. I'm doing all right. And we have a nice game to play in the form of Botany Manor, which is good. Emma says, no, not Emma. El Tibago says, fair warning, because Tibago is deceased and on mobile, I may need you to deploy the Grun RPG random plant generator in a bit. If you have to head off early, Tibago, that's fine. We won't mind. I hope you recover some energy and become less deceased soon. Yes, Harry, proud owner of no fewer than 144 flowers, which is more flowers than some nature reserves, I have to be honest. Okay, let's see what this letter said. Yes, in botany, as in all other things, we can make little progress if we do not see for ourselves. That is actually very true. You can read all the guide books you want, but if you really want to learn to identify plants, you actually have to see them in real life because they don't always look like they do in the book. So that is a very good point that I agree with. Otto says, I'm sleepy, so gonna lurk, have fun. No problem, Otto. Best put out. Everybody, please remember that Otto is best put out. And deserves all the love. Enjoy your work. Okay. There's also this walking stick, which. Okay. We can look at the walking stick. I thought there might be slightly more to it than that, but no. We can regard the walking stick. Lana, thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. It's a white dead nettle. I'm disappointed I can't wear this hat. I like the look of this hat. I want a hat like that. LT Bago says, I'll be here as long as I can. Just too dead to look for plant, and the Grun RPG was too good not to say. Okay. That's okay. I appreciate your dedication to normally being here looking up plants and stuff. Okay, yeah, so we're still looking somewhere, somehow, for how to make this flash powder. I obviously missed a clue somewhere that would have told us. The clues are fairly well highlighted in this game. You get the little white dot anytime you can interact with something. So hopefully I don't miss too much. I'm wondering what the purpose of this area is, other than to give you a place to sit. And some scenery, of course, which is very important. Random ladders about the place. Still no deliveries. Tibago says, oh, Lana got the white dead nettle, not the red dead nettle. Do you think Lana would prefer the red dead nettle because of Red Dead Redemption? Red Dead Redemption didn't have any red dead nettles in it. I was very disappointed because it has lots of real flower names. A lot of the names of the places are real wildflowers. But Red Dead Nettle wasn't one of them, even though that was the name of the game. So, okay, I think all the clues in here were just related to the first puzzle we solved. Uni says, I love how beautiful this game is. This is a very beautiful game. And as I say, some of the plants are completely made up, but some of them are realistic. This plant, I'm fairly sure, is supposed to be a hydrangea. Hydrangeas, the colour of the flowers can change based on the pH of the soil. It's an oversimplification, but it can change. So having these different coloured hydrangeas around is a real thing. Ren, thank you so much for redeeming your flower of the day, and also hello. And yes, we are playing a botany game today. Or at the moment it's a wandering around looking for that one clue I missed game. But definitely botany themed. There wasn't anything over here, was there? No. Okay, apologies, I'm just going to wander around looking for clues for a bit. Because, oops. There's something we haven't found, and I think the thing we haven't found is kind of important because it will tell us what chemicals we need to use. That. Yeah, I keep thinking, oh, there's something to interact with, and it's just a chair you can sit on. It's not actually a clue. Can't make out what that text is supposed to say. That looks vaguely familiar as a plant. I don't think the Dartmoor poster was a clue. It's not offering it me as a clue. Ren says the art style, especially of the exteriors, reminds me of The Witness. Yes, I agree. The botany, the style of the botany, definitely reminds me of the first area of The Witness, which also, you know, for a game that was not to do with botany at all, I think put a lot of effort into making its plants look pretty. This is not really like The Witness. It's somewhat like The Witness in the sense that you've got a world to wander around looking for puzzles, but the puzzles themselves are not like The Witness. Okay, am I missing something in here? This is the thing about the flower blooming during thunderstorms. Just to recap for Ren and anyone else joining us, this is what we know so far about this puzzle. There is a plant called Fulguria. We have one here. We have found a seed, we have planted and watered the seed, and we have learned that it only blooms during a thunderstorm. We learned that over here. And rather than wait for a thunderstorm, I believe what we need to do is create our own thunderstorm. This is an old-fashioned camera with a flash pan. We need to put some flash powder in here to make the flash go off. Conveniently, we have our own chemical lab. We can probably mix our own flash powder if only we know what it's made out of. Maybe it's made out of potassium, and more potassium. I just got an achievement which says create a faulty mix of chemicals. So that's not worked. If this was real life, I think the answer would just be fill it full of magnesium, because that produces a very bright flash. However, I suspect the game has departed from reality for the sake of gameplay, and you actually need to put 3 different ingredients in. Yeah, that didn't work either. So somewhere we need to find the recipe for the flash powder. Did we look at this? Lady Arabella, these past weeks I've been seeing lots of bright flashes coming from the back room of your house. It scares my cows immensely as they think a storm must be coming. My milk production has taken a hit because of this, and if you enjoy fresh milk in your morning cup of tea, I would advise you to keep the flashes to a minimum. If only I could do it. It's weird coming from Somerset. I can't do the Somerset accent. But if there was ever something that deserved to be read in the "Gear off my land" accent, it would be this. Scaring the cows, honestly. Oh, this is a thing. What's this flash powder? Unfortunately, empty flash powder. We used it all. 57 grams net weight, made in Bath by Pilkin and Sons. Aha. Bottle contains 75 grams of flash powder. Chemical composition: potassium and magnesium, 2-to-1 ratio. Okay, so I was actually almost right by mistake because I just tried all potassium and all magnesium. Okay, so that's the final clue that we needed. We can add it. Obviously, we don't need to, but we can add it to our clue thing here. I haven't filled in all the right clues for this plant. Okay, one of these things is not the right clue. I think it might be this pyrophiles thing. Yeah, there we go. I think it's optional to actually fill the clues in. You can just go and solve the puzzle. But it's satisfying to do. LT Bago says to Rooney, 100% accurate depiction of Somerset and Emma's cheese house. Yeah, Emma's house is nowhere near this big. And I want to say, because Harry, I'm not sure if you were here for this stream, Rooney, but Harry actually visited me and was on a stream where we played Dwarf together. The board game Dwarf. So what I want to say is, well, Harry will tell you that my house is not this big. But Harry will actually tell you that my house is made of cheese, because Harry likes to tease the poor Emma and upset her about these things. Harry says, don't flash the cows. No, not in any meaning of that sentence. Okay, so it was 2 potassium and a magnesium for the flash powder. So that goes in there, and there we go. Make the plant bloom. What a great emote. Oh, the moo emote, yes. Harry says Emma's house was bigger than this. She's very modest. Emma's house is not bigger. Look, you can see Emma's house. This room is my home office / streaming room. Then my bedroom is over there. And then I have like 2 rooms downstairs. There's not that much to it. And it's not made of cheese. Anyway, yes, the fulguria only grows during thunderstorms, where the flashes of lightning provide the bright light the flower needs to bloom. Because of its dangerous growing condition, not many people have witnessed its beauty. Well, we have. Here it is. Sure what we're supposed to do with it now. So yeah, I think we're done with the antique streaming setup. I think the next place we need to go is the back terrace, since that's the only other place we've got the key for. I believe that was this way. Yes. Back terrace. Well, this is nice. Not content with one greenhouse, we have, well, an orangery, it looks like, here as well. Which is locked from other side. Okay, that's not how doors work. There would be a keyhole this side as well. Also, wow, that is quite a view. So if this is near Taunton, which I think it's supposed to be, then Which would those be the Polden Hills? I'm not really that familiar with South Somerset. It wouldn't be the Mendips, because be the wrong side of Somerset. Also, there wouldn't be a river like this. Is this a river or is it just a lake? I can't tell. All random. It's not the amount of teacups that's the issue. It's the fact they've all just been left outside. Hello, Japer. Welcome in. Thank you so much for raiding with your party of 7 viewers. Everybody, please go follow Japer. Awesome streamer. You probably, if you were lurking in Ophelia's stream earlier, then you probably already know that because she said the same thing, which means it must be true. Japer, do let us know what you were up to and whether it was a success. And everybody go press that follow button. You will not regret it. We are playing Botany Manor today, which, as you may know, I am a botanist in real life. This game seems appropriate to me. Hello again, Masdinomin, who says hello again, Emma. Good to see you. I hope you enjoyed the Mass Effect earlier with Ophelia. And both Japer and Ophelia today were playing Mass Effect. And Japer says made some more progress with Renegade Shepherd, getting near the end now. Good to hear. Good to hear. I do wonder why the game gives you all these extra pots in each potting area, because if you do the puzzle correctly, you only need one. Maybe it wants you to be able to make more plants. Oh no. The sandwich has gone to waste. And I can't even sit on this chair. They let you sit on every chair in the game, and then this is the one chair you can't sit on. I wonder what... Is that supposed to be a jam sandwich or something else? Shame it went to waste. Yes, I have been thoroughly enjoying some Mass Effect streams recently. Still not sure if I would play it myself on stream. I would definitely play it myself off stream at some point. Lana has been talking about getting me to play a game like Cyberpunk or something like that. If she does, I will have to get my revenge by getting her to play something weird. But her choose game redeem is very expensive. Not sure what I would actually request for Lana. Whether it would just be a weird game or whether it would be like some fiendishly difficult logic puzzle. Stuff. The next seed, Ash Plume. This might be a tough case to crack. I think this is the pyrophile seed, in which case, yeah, we already have a clue about that one, which is good. Telling us what pyrophiles are. Seed log, aha! This is, So I happened to see this part when Izzy the Penguin was playing this game. I tried not to spoil myself too much, but this is the one part that I saw. Arabella Green's seed log, a summary of some seeds I've gathered this year and the location I found them at. Cow parsley in the Blackdown Hills, poppy in Cheddar Gorge, buttercups in Sturt Marshes, ash plume in Wistman's Wood, wood anemone in Halford Combe, wild thyme in Colbone Wood, and foxglove in Ford Abbey. Now, the ash plume is a fictional plant, but every other plant on this list is real. And every other location on this list is real and is in Somerset. And you will all recognise Cheddar Gorge of cheese fame. Um, Japer says, all the pots, clearly a Harry Potter crossover coming. No, Japer. And for obvious reasons, I would not be playing the game if that were true. There is no way I'm ever giving any money of my own to any Harry Potter franchise thing for hopefully obvious reasons. Harry says Emma's suggest game is only 10,000 channel points. This is true. This is true. LD Bago says I'm closing in on 100,000 panda points. Weirdness maybe sooner rather than later. LT Bago does know of some very weird games because he keeps setting his. If you can set your current game on your Twitch profile, even if you're not streaming, and you can set it to anything you want if you're not streaming, and Twitch aren't going to know because you're not streaming. But when people do shout outs, quite often it pops up, oh, they were last seen streaming this. So Tibago has created some rather amusing shout outs in Nespa's stream. I wonder what is your sorry, I'll cut the music out for a minute. I just want to go and look at LT Bago's account and see what game he's got it set to. LT Bago is currently playing Monster Girls Gainerations Ghoul Friends for Life. And the thing is, it's a real game because it's a real game because otherwise you wouldn't be able to set it on. It's a real game because otherwise you wouldn't be able to set it on. Yeah. LT Bago helpfully suggests my stream when he's offline, which is all very well unless I go there on my own stream. And then I'm talking to myself. I mean, I'm talking to myself anyway, but people might be listening. Yeah, so LT Bagger likes to do that, and one of these days he is actually going to stream. I promise. One of these days, we will convince him to stream. He has everything set up. He has a camera, microphone, and a stream deck, and he has all the assets and the profile picture and a VTuber model and an offline screen. He has everything set up. He just hasn't pressed that button to go live, and one day he will, and we will all be there to support him. Lana says, how do you like decision matter games, Emma? So, the way that my game request works, you can request any game, I will then look at it, and if I decide that it's not a good fit for the channel, as in, I would actually lose viewers by streaming it, then I will refund you the points and you can pick something else. So I'm not going to say no to anything like ahead of time, but I will do my due diligence on anything that gets requested. Harry says mine is set just to add confusion by saying my full username. Okay, let's try not to. Yeah, Harry has also suggested me when he's offline. I've muted it this time. Harry is apparently streaming a game called Grun. So we have Harry Grun streaming Grun. I'm not sure what Grun is. Apparently it's a game. Also, apparently Harry did do a stream 2 years ago. I didn't realise that. I didn't realise you'd actually done a stream, Harry. Sadly, there are no VODs of it remaining. It would be lovely to see you stream again. Lana says, I've actually played the original Doom games, and Tibago says, I've joked about requesting Doom, but I think Emma would be more inclined to honour a Lana request. Yeah, I think everybody our age has played the original Doom game. There wasn't a lot else back in those days. J-Per says, I played Castle Wolfenstein, which was Proto-Doom. Yes, same sort of era. Very irregular streaming schedule then. Okay, yeah. So this is quite amusing to me because this is the one part of the game where they have got real plants in real locations. Um, and the developers of this game did not consult with any Somerset botanists um, in order to produce this information. I know they didn't because it would either have been me or Dr. Crouch, and they didn't ask either of us. Um, and so at this point, I've decided I'm going to fact check them. And their assertion that you can get cow parsley from Blackdown Hills, whilst technically true, is a little bit silly. This is a map of where you can find cow parsley. You'll happen to know that it's everywhere in the entire country. Like, it's on every road verge. It's that white thing that's on all the road verges in about June. So yeah, there is no reason to go anywhere special to find cow parsley because it's anywhere. El Tibago says in 1890 though. Yes, well, this data is not from 1890, but yes, cow parsley has always been widespread. It likes improved land and very nitrogen-rich soil, so it will have increased since the advent of artificial fertilizers, but it would have been ubiquitous before then as well. But the other one, poppy in Cheddar Gorge, it doesn't say what sort of poppy. But if we assume common poppy, then there is a small problem. This is the distribution of common poppy. This is Cheddar Gorge. There is no record of common poppy in Cheddar Gorge. Not now, but also not, 100 years ago. And this is not just due to lack of records, because Cheddar Gorge is one of the most extensively surveyed parts of Somerset. There are over 400 species recorded there. So, in conclusion, Lewin Arabella has gone and gathered all the poppy seeds and driven it to extinction in 1890, and that's why we can't find it there now. Honestly, these botanists rampaging around the country collecting all the seeds. So yeah, I just think it's amusing that she took a trip to Cheddar Gorge, one of the most biodiverse places in the whole south of England. And the one plant she collected while she was there was the one plant that doesn't actually grow there. Harry says sounds like typical 1800s activity. You're not wrong there. Ferns in particular really suffered at the hands of Victorian fern collectors, who would go out into the countryside and find an interesting fern and dig it up and take it home to put in their garden. And in doing so, caused the decline and near extinction of some rare fern species. So that is unfortunate. And it wasn't just ferns, but it was particularly, they were notoriously bad for ferns. J-Per says maybe she took the last seed and that's why there's no more now. Well, exactly. That's not good. That's not what a botanist should do. You have a duty as a botanist. If you, first of all, you're not generally allowed to collect samples, even if you're a botanist. But if you absolutely have to, you're supposed to collect the absolute minimum. And there's I think it's called the 1 in 20 rule. So you should take no more than 1/20th of what's there. So if there's fewer than 20 plants, you shouldn't take anything. And yeah, I mean, as I say, these other plants are also real, apart from the ash plume, which is what we're supposed to be growing in the game. Hello, Hazel Azazel. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day, which is a greater chickweed. And thank you for being cute. Today we're playing a game called Botany Manor, which is all about plants. I don't think greater chickweed will feature in it, since these are fictitious plants. But it's still a very pretty game. What do we have here? My dear friend Arabella. A friend of mine visited the Americas and brought back a pair of fabulous grey squirrels. They are the latest trend in garden decoration. All of my neighbours have sent them as well. It was a great investment. The two squirrels have now started a big family, and my garden is full of the darling little critters. One thing I did notice is I haven't seen a red squirrel in my garden for some time now. How odd. You must visit soon and see the squirrels for yourself. Ever yours, Grace. Oh dear, so not only did we collect all the poppy seeds, so grey squirrels are invasive in the UK. They are not native. Red squirrels are native. Grey squirrels are from North America. But they have completely dominated the red squirrel population. There are still red squirrels in this country, but they're confined to remote rural areas, and grey squirrels are in everybody's garden, gnawing through bird feeders and eating the birdseed and so on. So we've also identified the culprit of that as well. So yeah. For a game about plants, there's a lot of ecological destruction happening in this game. I'm very disappointed.
468.
Sorry, oops. Oh, I'm still on full screen, not game. Sorry, I just tabbed out to look at chat. J-Per says Lana also played Heretic, which was Doom, but used a magic wand instead of guns. No idea about that one. Tibago says there's no downside in requesting. You get refund if Emma doesn't want to play it, or you may have to wait a bit for the access or something. Yes, or if it's like full price on Steam, I might wait for a sale unless someone gifts it to me. Rooney says, gonna lurk for food. No problem. Thank you once again for the raid, Rooney. Enjoy your lurk and enjoy your food and enjoy your weekend. J-Per says, it wasn't very popular, I don't think. Seemed more like a money grab. Let's do another Doom and use the same style of weapons, but make them fantasy and change next to nothing else. Yeah, that does sound a little bit derivative. Thank you for doing the Botany Redeem, Harry, and thank you for the other ones. There we go. Looks like we're doing page 468 of the botany book. So yeah, let's take a break from our botany game to do some botany. It's very much a botany-filled stream today. Let's just carefully set down the blowhigh. Don't worry, he's fine. Harry, I do hope you're not destroying any flowers there. Destroying flowers is a bannable offence in Emma chat. It's almost as bad as eating pandas, although not quite. LD Bango says, yo dog, I heard you like botany. It's a long time since I've heard that meme. Oh, ow. Ow. I've not stretched enough today. Anyone who's been watching for 2 hours? Now's a good time to take a sip of water, do a few stretches, maybe move around a bit. Harry said I had to make sure I used the correct random plant generator, so I used both. Well, thank you, Harry. And I'm impressed that you have a dedicated random number generator just for this purpose. This is not an ASMR stream, but I do the occasional crunch into the microphone. Okay, let's get the book. Japer says, I still see RPG and immediately think role-playing game. Role-playing game or rocket-propelled grenade, I think are what most people would think on seeing it. Harry has just coined the term random plant generator. Which is an unfortunate acronym. 468 days plant is Druce's Cranesbill. This is an interesting one. So this is actually a hybrid, but it's a very common hybrid, sufficiently common that it's been given its own entry. Let's find a picture of it. So Druce's Cranesbill is a garden plant which likes to escape. It is a cranesbill. The Latin name is geranium, and I think gardeners do tend to call them geraniums rather than cranesbills. Cranesbill is like the traditional common name, which would have been used for the wild cranesbills. So things like dove's foot cranesbill, meadow cranesbill tend to be called by the name cranesbill. The garden varieties, I think, tend to be called by geranium. But this is what it looks like. So like all cranesbill's geraniums, it has a purplish pinkish 5-petaled flower. It also has seeds. You can sort of see the seed heads in this, although not really. The reason they're called cranesbills is because the seed pods resemble the beak of a crane. They have a round bit and then a long, thin, pointy bit. J-Per says RNG, of course, is obviously Ranger. RNG I always see as random number generator. But RPG I would think role-playing game. Yeah, people who have played a lot of Final Fantasy XI, so RNG will always be Ranger, says T-Bagger. J-Per says geranium is what we call them here. Yes, I think the term for them as a garden plant is geranium, which is the Latin name. Gardeners tend to use the Latin name for plants, whereas plants that have existed for centuries as wild plants tend to have common names in English. J-Per says RNG being Ranger came from Dungeons and Dragons. Interesting. So, as mentioned, this specific cranesbill is a hybrid of two other naturally occurring cranesbills. So the Latin name is Geranium endresi x versicolor. Geranium endresi is French cranesbill, which is also sometimes grown in gardens. And then the name of the hybrid is Geranium X Oxonianum, like that. But the common name is Druce's Cranesbill. The reason it has its own entry in the book, even though it's just a hybrid, is this is pretty much the most common escaped garden geranium. Of all the garden varieties, this one is the one you're most likely to come across on a road verge or on a patch of waste ground. I'm not sure if that's because it's particularly good at escaping from gardens or if it's just the most common one to be grown. But I've seen a lot of it. There's actually quite a large patch of it in a hedgerow near where I live. And the book has this to say. A clump-forming perennial hybrid, commonly naturalised in open woodlands and rough grassland, on railway banks, road verges, track sides, graveyards and stream sides, usually not too far from human habitation. Also occurs frequently as a garden throughout on refuse tips and waste ground. Such populations may be moderately persistent, 20 to 30 years, and increase slowly by seed. This hybrid was first cultivated in Britain in 1914 and is much grown in gardens. It has been recorded in the wild since 1921. Even allowing for improved recording, it is evident that this taxon is increased markedly in the last 2 decades. It is a very variable hybrid with a large number of named cultivars. The large flowered Claridge Druce is distinctive. Smaller flowered cultivars such as A.T. Johnson and Winscombe may often have been recorded erroneously as Geranium endrassi. Yeah, so you'll see that the 2 photos I've got up here, the flower doesn't look quite the same. There is quite a lot of variety because it's a garden plant and it will have been selectively bred for its flower. There are lots of varieties with different shaped and coloured flowers, but they'll all be some shade of pink or purple and have 5 petals. And they will all have geranium type leaves, which are a bit like this. So you can usually identify them pretty easily as a geranium of some sort. And yeah, it's relatively new for a garden plant. It's only been in the wild for a century, and that's a lot less than plants that were brought over to the UK by the Romans or in medieval times. But it's nevertheless managed to expand to much of Britain and Ireland, and has been expanding more rapidly in recent decades. It is both parents of the hybrid are non-native, so it is not really. It is obviously distantly related to the native geraniums. It's in the same family, but it's very much not a native plant in any way. I will bring up distribution map. Quite often with these garden escapes. Lonianum. Quite often with these garden escapes, you find that the distribution map tends to look a bit like a population density map, in that you tend to get garden escapes more where there's gardens. And this one, apart from this notable surplus of plants in Cornwall, it does seem to mostly fit that trend. You've got a lot of them around London and Slough and Reading and so on. Birmingham, Nottingham, Manchester, Liverpool, Leeds, and then scattered records elsewhere. Lots in Glasgow. I have personally recorded this plant myself. You will see that there does seem to be rather a lot of it in North Somerset. Now, my theory for this is actually there's not necessarily any more of it in North Somerset than there is in, say, Devon or Wiltshire. It's just that botanists in different counties have different opinions or different policies about recording garden escapes, and a lot of them decide not to. But I think if it wasn't planted there, or even if it was planted, but it was planted in a wild environment and it was planted a long time ago and it's since established itself, these plants have the potential to take over ecological niches from other plants. So it's important we understand where they're located, and so it's important that we make records of them. If somebody decides that they don't want to know about garden escapes, they're free to exclude those records from the data set that they're using. But I think the data should exist. So my policy has always been, if it's not in a garden, if it's escaped and grown somewhere else, then it should be recorded. And I think that policy might be shared by botanists in Cornwall and some of these counties over here, but not necessarily by those in Dorset and Devon. There are a few species whose distribution maps you can suspiciously see the outline of county boundaries on, and this is one of them. This boundary here almost precisely matches the boundary of Somerset, and this almost precisely matches the boundary of the edge of Cornwall. Um, so it's awkward because it's what you're actually mapping is the opinion of botanists rather than the actual distribution of the plant. But yeah, that is Druce's Cranesbill. Thank you, Harry, for the request today. I think your random number generator picked an interesting one. I will just put this book back. And now that we've done some botany, let's return to Botany Manor. I feel like I should be doing something else in my break when we're playing this game. But, I don't know what we would do. Go to space and shoot some aliens as our midstream contrast activity. Okay. Plant pots. This place is single-handedly keeping flower pot manufacturers in business. I mean, look how many of them there are. Okay, let's continue hunting for clues about our new plant. The formal garden. Can't go in. We're not wearing a suit and tie. Not formal enough. Altivago says you should meet those who don't record garden escapes on the field of battle to decide once and for all if they are recorded. Then botanize the battlefield afterwards. So fun fact that there are panels of experts who are supposed to decide on a standard way of recording plants across the country. But the guidance does tend to be a bit vague for non-native plants. They tend to be most concerned with accurate recording of native plants. And each family of plants will have an expert called a referee who sort of weighs in on whether a particular county is recording the plant correctly. I do think it's quite amusing that they're called referees. Like, it's not the same thing as a sports referee, it's an academic referee, but like if you record the plants wrongly, you're committing a foul and the referee is going to show you a yellow card. Some of my records actually got challenged by a referee last year. Now, I maintain that I was not offside when I recorded them, but no, it was Comfrey's, and they said I wasn't recording Common Comfrey correctly. But he also questioned all of Dr. Crouch's records, and I'm recording them the way that Dr. Crouch told me to record them. So, if they are wrong, it's not my fault. I'm just doing what I was advised to do by an expert. But yeah, no. Blame the ref. It's yeah. Okay. What do we have here? Thursday. Oh, Hazel Patterton kitchen notes, apparently. Thursday, Jimmy broke another mortar. That boy really needs to learn how to grind spices without breaking down my kitchen. Lady Arabella may not be best pleased with me asking for a new one. The last mortar took years to be sorted. She is so scatterbrained, always off on her fancy research trips. We also have a shopping list. Flour, eggs, milk, leeks, potatoes, and carrots. Okay. Hello. Sarah with stars, who says best Emma. And that's where you're wrong, because you are best Sarah. And that is what's important. Sarah, today we have a new game, a very interesting game, called Botany Manor. It is a puzzle game about botany. I'm sure you'll agree that that game is a great fit for this channel. We have been wandering around this lovely landscape and this rather imposing manor house, trying to grow plants. The most curious fact about this game is that this house is supposedly in Somerset. So it's a game about a botanist in Somerset, and I'm a botanist in Somerset, and none of this is real. My house is not this big. I don't have this view from my window. But Harry is having none of it. Yeah, it's not very accurate to real life Somerset, but everybody is insisting that my real house is made out of cheese. So, right, we found another key. We found the key to the kitchen. It's progress, actual progress in this game. LT says it could be worse. Botanical recording could be decided via the Duckworth-Lewis method. Now, the Duckworth-Lewis method is for scoring incomplete cricket games, T-Bago. It's got nothing to do with botany. Sarah Stars says, ooh, Somerset. Yes, just before you came in, we looked at this here. So, most of the plants in this game are fictional, but this little log here, which I think is just here as like backstory, it has a list of plants and where they were found, and with the exception of number 4, those plants and those locations are all real. But there are no poppies in Cheddar Gorge. Cheddar Gorge is one of the most biodiverse places in the county. It has over 400 species. And they picked one that it doesn't have. So, yeah, I'm disappointed that they didn't consult experts on the flora of Somerset before they made this game, because they would either have had to ask me or Dr. Crouch, I think, which would have been fun. Yeah, I don't think there's anything more we can do here, so I think we need to go find the kitchen and use the key we just picked up. So the kitchen, I think, was at this end of the house. Harry says, I have not mentioned the C word when comparing your house to the smaller and clearly inferior Botany Manor. Yeah, so Sarah, Harry has visited my house. He was here 2 months ago. We played Dwarf together. It was not this big, but Harry insists it was. So let that be a lesson to not believe anything that my viewers tell you. Well, isn't this a cosy little kitchen? And I'm, of course, teasing when I say little. This is good old-fashioned Victorian range. There's nothing quite like a ton of solid wrought iron for cooking purposes, I think. Kindling. Dear lady, we received your letter applying to study botany at our College of Natural Sciences, along with your enclosed drawings. We do not at present, and have never admitted women to study at the college. Botany is a serious science conducted in laboratories and lecture halls. By all means, continue to pursue your hobby, tending to your garden and domestic space where it may be appreciated. Positions at the college are reserved for serious scholars whose studies will go on to be well utilised in a career in botanical experimentation. Therefore, with all politeness, we do not offer these valuable positions to amateurs that should otherwise be taken up by genuine academics. Signed, Professor John Altringham. Now, This is... It's good backstory for a game, but I do have to put my foot down here and object to this, because this is very much my specialist subject. The botany of Somerset. This is literally what I do with my life. There were plenty of female botanists active in the 19th century. There were female botanists active in the 19th century in Somerset. I know, because their records are in the BSBI's database, and I have read them. Dr. Crouch has some of their records in their original paper form stored at her house. We know exactly where they went and what plants they saw, and have in many cases attempted to refine those plants decades later. So their work is not only extant but actively used to this day. And to pretend that they didn't exist, while it might be convenient for a video game and perhaps a narrative of historical deprivation of access to academia for women that the game is clearly trying to push, it's not historically accurate. There were plenty of female botanists at this time, and I don't think anybody has ever said botany is a serious science conducted in laboratories and lecture halls. Even going back to Linnaeus and the invention of botany as a science, it has been known from the beginning that field botany and the collection of records and specimens and the mapping of plant distributions and the charting of trends, the changing of the climate and destruction of habitats and so on is a huge part of botany as a science, and that has always been the case, and everybody has always known that that's always the case. If anything, botany has shifted much more into the laboratory in recent decades. Now that we can do things like genetically sequence plants and find out from their DNA how they're related, and we can do genetic modification, we can synthesize new genes and create new plants that way. None of this was the case in 1890, so if more then than now, arguably, botany was a field science. So I do have to object to this letter being present in the game because it's just false, and I'm sorry to be the massive pedant that I'm being, but I don't want to spread misinformation. I think it discredits the hard work that female botanists put in the 19th century to do so. Anyway, sorry about that. Sarah with Stars says, Harry says this is a shed compared to Emma's home. Sarah with Stars said, Harry is the only one here I trust. Sarah, I am very disappointed to hear that I do not have your trust. I am most disappointed by that. But I think you are generally right to trust Harry on most things, just not this particular subject. There with Stars says, Tibago, you aren't telling me that you don't fib and take the piss. Tibago says you should write a strongly worded email. Sarah with Stars says, storage of seeds since late 18th century at Kew. That is very true, Sarah. Yes, good point. Hazel says, I would be a pedant too if I was knowledgeable about that sort of thing, to be honest. Yeah. I try not to be too much of a pedant, but I can't help it. It's my nature, and as I say, this is something I know a lot about. I do like this game. This is a very good game, but I do wish they wouldn't write things like that without fact checking, because people who play this, there are going to be far more people who play this game than bother to research the history of some obscure scientific endeavours in rural England, and so they're going to come away with a false understanding, because women have been deprived academic positions throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. Um, but to say that they were not doing academic research, botany, if anything, has been one of the more gender balanced sciences, compared to things like physics and chemistry and things that were seen as proper hard sciences for men to do rather than looking at pretty flowers. It's misleading at best to say that. What is this? Mysterious symbol. Don't see how it's mysterious. It's clearly a sheep that supports England football team, or the Swedish football team. We can't tell because it's black and white exactly which flag it is. A bunch of weights. Okay. We can weigh things. Not sure what we're going to be weighing, but we're going to be weighing something with these weights, I think. There's a lot of open flames just lying around areas with a lot of wood. It's how this place hasn't burnt down with all these unattended candles is beyond me. Oh, another thing. Blessed is this kitchen by grace and holy light. May all those who enter find comfort and respite. Blessed is the hearth, with laughter and with cheer. May the love shared here be held forever dear. To those who serve the Lord, who seek their sanctuary, remember the year of construction, for this, friends, is the key. Gifted by Nicholas Owen. I think it might be a clue. Clue to what? I'm less certain. Oh, Hazel! Hazel, you're in the game. It's Hazel's priceless recipes. Okay, Hazel, let's read your priceless recipes, shall we? For the home farm workshop and every department of human endeavour. Also, they spelt your name wrong. They put 2 L's. And they missed off the Azazel's L. Roasted chestnuts. This is a simple recipe, perfect to warm those cold winter nights. You can use any edible chestnuts. They are easily foraged. The main difficulty with chestnuts is that they have a tough shell, but luckily they're easy to crack open with the help of fire. Simply place the nuts in a pan above the fire and wait until you hear a pop. This means your chestnuts are nicely roasted and ready to eat. Now that's the sort of sophisticated recipe I appreciate, Hazel. Thank you for contributing that. Also, that's the only page of the book we can read. El Tibago says paleontology was also quite female friendly for those times. Sarah Stars says psychology has always championed women. Yes, it's botany is certainly botany. Honestly, has not ever been female dominated. It's been more balanced than other sciences. As opposed to, it is something of a problem now that if you look at the intake to university courses for things like psychology, it is heavily skewed in favour of women, and you're not going to find any institution willing to impose affirmative action in favour of men, so the bias is likely to remain that way. Botany has always been reasonably balanced. I'm not going to say there aren't biases in botany, and there haven't been biases in botany in the past. But, things like not giving full credit to the discoverer of DNA in the 1950s because it was a woman. That sort of thing doesn't happen in botany, typically. Ooh. History of Dartmoor. Society of Historians, Southwest Group. Monthly lecture open to all society members. History of Dartmoor, given by a resident natural history professor. The professor will present how the moor was once covered in majestic forests and woods, how early settlers came to the area and cleared most of the trees for pasture, using fire as their method of choice. It promises to be a fascinating story of how the moorland we know and love today came into existence. Yeah, that is true, and it's not limited to Dartmoor either. Most of Britain and Ireland was covered in forest in prehistoric times, and most of it has been cleared. The ancient oaks stand tall in Wistman's wood. Covered in moss, they withstood the test of time, though none can tell the sorrows that did befell those trees in Wistman's wood. Hey there, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. No idea what that's a clue for. Oh, a duck! Another duck. Duck is a little more decorated than our previous duck. Please, inspect the duck. Duck inspection complete. I don't think the ducks are a clue for anything. I think they're just there and you can look at them. Ooh, romantic card to someone special. Hazel, it's for you. Dearest Hazel. Spelt with one L. I picked you some roses from the garden to cheer you up. When you're done with your work in the kitchen, would you like to meet me for a cup of tea in the back garden? The pond is lovely this time of year. Warm regards, Mr. Bennett. Hazel, Mr. Bennett is flirting with you. I'm sorry, I don't know how to break it to you, but it's happening. That's not me, by the way. The in-game character is not named Hazel. The in-game character is named Arabella Green. So Hazel is a separate character in the game. It's not me. I'd love to meet Mr. Bennett in the garden, says Hazel. Well, I don't know if there are actually any other characters we can interact with. Also, this garden is enormous. Like, we've already explored so much of it, and now there's a whole extra bunch. The smokery. Wow. Well, that's not a safety hazard at all. Let me just stand on this open fire pit. Altivago says, the film Hidden Figures really puts into perspective that the USA probably wouldn't have beaten the USSR to the moon without a group of black female mathematicians, and that was hidden for far too long. Very true. Yes, and one of the lead developers of software that sent Apollo 11 to the moon was also female. Not black, but female. There's a famous photo of her standing next to a printout of the source code listing, which is as tall as she is, stacked up floor to ceiling. Hazel says, I still need to watch that movie. What is this? Smoked food. Wow, okay. Don't zoom in or the lights go crazy. Not sure I want to try this smoked food that's just been left in somebody's shed. I realise it's the 19th century and refrigeration hasn't been invented yet, but that's no excuse. Let me have some of this cider instead. Home smoking and curing. Using the home smokery. The type of wood to use in your smokery is of great importance, though which one to pick depends entirely on your personal tastes and preferences. Burning wood from different types of tree produces different smoke aromas. This is due to different chemical compositions in each type of smoke and has a great impact on the flavour of your smoked food. So in summary, choose your wood logs with care. Yes, I think ash was quite popular as a smoking wood. It's that's also true for wines and whiskies and other things that are aged in wooden barrels, because the wood will actually impart flavour to the whiskey or whatever. Emma is not an expert on any of this, but I know a little bit. What little I know, I share. El Tibago says, "Here comes the deforestation." I don't know if we actually need to cut down any trees, or if the wood is going to be provided pre-chopped to us. I was drawn to this box that has the word kindling in glowing letters, but I don't actually seem to be able to pick up the kindling. I only seem to be able to pick up this letter that's on top of the kindling. And deserves to be burned with the kindling for its inaccuracy. Oh, this is the broken mortar. Can confirm is broken. What else is there? Everything in here. What we're currently trying to do is germinate an ash plume seed. So yeah, we found out that it was a pyrophile. I don't know. I feel like most of these things were relevant. I'm not convinced they're all relevant though. If I put them all in, and yeah, it says I haven't filled in all the right clues for this plant, then I'm still missing something. So I need to do a bit more exploration. I don't have any more keys available that I haven't used. So there's no new areas to go into. This is... yeah. I don't think this is a clue. Even though it's about Dartmoor. Oh, hang on. That says 1 out of 2. Ah, no, the Dartmoor poster is a clue. Oh, there we go. Okay. I looked at this before, but I think I looked at it before I'd actually unlocked this section. Hazel says, "God, I love modern technology. I don't know how I would live without a fridge and, like, video games." There is much to love about the modern world, Hazel. Fridges and video games are up there. The ability to exist as a queer person is also up there, I think. I'm sure you would agree, and I'm sure your wife would agree. So yes, definitely would not want to be transported back to 1890, even if I did get to live in this house. Ren says, "I follow talks about software contracts and program correctness by a woman named Lisa Lippincott, and some jerk in YouTube comments claimed this is what happened when you get women in software. They made some other disparaging remarks, but I immediately thought of the Apollo computer and its safety, redundancy, and correctness guarantees." Yeah, so women have been involved in software from the start. Obviously, famously, Ada Lovelace, first ever computer programmer, on account of she wrote a program for Babbage's analytical engine, which was never built. But she wrote a program for it. And also Admiral Grace Hopper, a American admiral who was part of the team that invented the compiler, and did a lot of very pioneering work in the early days of software, the 1950s and 60s. So yeah, although at an undergraduate level, computer science is very heavily male dominated. Any claim that it's something that only men are good at is obviously completely nonsense. And that's before we get on to the subject of trans women in software development. Not all software developers are trans women, but to within a rounding error, all trans women are software developers or at least work in IT. Pretty much all the ones I know are. I tend to avoid using that as... I tend to avoid bringing that up when I'm talking about women in tech because it just pulls out that, oh, trans women aren't real women people. And there are enough examples of cis women in tech that I don't have to use that as an example, but it's very much there. Right, we have a choice of logs to use. We can use oak, maple, cherry, or birch. We did have a few references to different. I mean, this references oaks. It doesn't specifically say that you should cut them down and smoke things with them. In fact, it says they're ancient, covered in moss and withstanding the test of time, which rather implies that they're not being cut down and used for smoking. But who knows? Bagger says, sadly, the YouTube comments section is mostly... yeah, you don't have to tell me that, T-Bago. After I recently played Factorio on stream, my YouTube videos got significantly more views than normal. I mean, only like 1,000, but that's a lot for me. And I had to delete all the comments, which was a shame. Because they were all transphobic, every single one. Okay. Hoping one of these clues would specify the type of wood that I should be using for my smoking. Maybe doesn't matter. One thing I should do is actually plant the seed. Oh. And we probably need to take this to the smokery, would be my guess. Can't go in there yet. Hang on, which way was the smokery? And Emma's house is too big, she can't remember where to go. This way. We could also put it here. Ah. Well, that was enough to germinate it, but not to actually grow it. Hazel says that sucks. You're not wrong, Hazel, you're not wrong. Twitch, you have more control over who your audience is, I think, which is better. Can we put this in here? No, we can't. We can put it here, though. I don't know. Let's get some wood and see what happens. How about some oak, since we did see a reference to oak. Inspect oak log. Yep, it's definitely a log. That's definitely smoke. I probably shouldn't be standing in here. Smoke inhalation is no joke, people. Okay, that was what we needed to use. Okay, so the poster about the oak forest was a clue that we needed to use oak wood. The ash plume is a pyrophile evolved to survive harsh forest fires. Its seed cracks open with extreme heat, and afterwards the oak smoke from its habitat indicates that it's safe to bloom. Success. Ah, gatehouse delivery. My Amazon order is finally here. What took them so long? Can I put this down? Yes, okay. To the gatehouse. I can remember where that was. This way. LT Bago says, it's log, it's big, it's heavy, it's wood, it's log, it's better than bad, it's good. Quite. Okay, my delivery is the key to the orchard. Not even in a parcel or anything, just somebody left the key to the orchard here. Didn't need a signature or anything. Emma is slightly confused. I guess we're going to the orchard next. Hello, Shumi. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. I'm not sure if I've seen you here before. I've seen Stoic here plenty of times before, but I don't usually see you. So I hope you're well. Today we're playing a game called Botany Manor. As you may know, I am a botanist in real life, so this is an interesting game for me. There are some things that are realistic and some things that aren't. I can't remember where the orchard was. This is a very nice house and a very nice garden. Hazel says, speaking of smoke inhalation, I don't smoke or vape, but I went to a vape store to pick up a little something, and while I was looking, one of the employees vaped some blueberry crap right into my airspace. Yes, I don't smoke or vape. I think I'm too old to vape, honestly. When I was a child, smoking tobacco was what the cool kids did, and yeah, we won't talk about it too much because I know it's something that upsets people, but I don't think smoking anything should be legal because of the health risks. I'm all in favour of drugs with helpful medicinal properties being taken in other forms, but not smoke. The orchard. I'm going to say a bit gloomy in here, but it's lit up now. Peculiar petals. 2 new plants added. Ooh. Pixie tears. They've come up with some creative names for the plants in this game. Pixie tears. This flower is closely associated with orchards. I wonder why. And wolf glove. This small flower has long tubular petals. How interesting. Okay, wolf glove is clearly supposed to be a larger version of foxglove, which is nice. Shumi says, I am almost done my work day. Wanted to pop in for a bit before I run to grab dinner. Well, thank you for joining us. And yeah, this game called Botany Manor, I am enjoying it a lot. Aldibago says, I only smoke when I'm on fire, which is more often than you would expect. Oh dear. Tibago, please try not to set yourself on fire. I worry about you sometimes. Okay, so we have a pig and 2 balls, because these are essential ingredients for any garden. The wolf glove. Of nursery rhymes. High on the mountain top so steep grows a flower that's hard to keep, its petals delicate and bright, whistling in the wind with all their might. The mountaineers who climb up high listen for the whistle as they try to find their way amidst the snow and reach the summit, cheeks aglow. With every step they hear it loud, the wolf gloves howl clear and proud, guiding them through paths unknown to reach the summit and call it home. It's a shame Matcha isn't here. I'd love to know what he thinks of this poetry. Dear niece, I have gathered a selection of my cherished toys and books, among them my beloved piggy. I highly recommend the nursery rhymes. They are charming as well as educational, though I'll take no offence should they put your little one straight to sleep. With all my affections, Auntie Arabella. Okay, that explains the beloved piggy. Okay, we have another potting station, although we haven't discovered seeds for any of our new plants yet. Where does this go? Very nice. That was where we started, by the way, in that little greenhouse thing, which, owing to the bad planning of this garden, there's no door in this wall, so you had to go the long way around. This Heritage Orchard. Preservation of endangered apple varieties. Ah, another book we can't actually open. These books are just here for show. We want to appear well read, but the books are actually fake. El Tibago says, shame Pro Shumi wasn't here for the earlier mushroom section. Ah, yes, good point. Shumi, if you're still here, I'll quickly pop back round to the starting area. Although this is called Botany Manor, not Mycology Manor, there are some mushrooms in this rather wiggly path you have to take to get through to this area in this place. Here we go. Look! Mushrooms! Mushrooms. All we need is some badgers and some snakes, and we've got a song going. Also cactuses. Cacti. Cactus. I don't know if there's any other mushrooms in the game or if it's just these ones. But there they are. Also this. I made this one. I wish you could move all the plants around. Sadly, the only ones you can pick up are the ones you actually make as part of the puzzle solving. Which includes this one. Hazel says cute. I like the detail of all these plants, and yeah, somewhere there is a ceramic pot manufacturer who is being kept in business purely by this one garden. I mean, look how many there are. There's so many. Yes, thank you for the emotes, Harry. Just nip back round to the orchard. What else do we have here? Oh yeah, we were in here, weren't we? Ooh, scones. I'm disappointed by the amount of wasted food that I can't eat in this game. So far we've had a sandwich, a biscuit, and now some scones. And some apples. Can't even eat the apples. Ooh, we have here. Inspect apple. I'm not an appleologist, but I wouldn't eat an apple that was this colour. I've got to be honest. It's a bit too blue for my liking. And this one looks more like a watermelon than an apple. Yeah. I'm not sure. I think this is the only one I would actually eat out of these. This one is at least vaguely apple coloured. Okay, cider apples. I love this first one. Knobbly russet. Knobbly russet, dabinet, foxwhelp, brown snout, Mason pine, cat's head, Kingston black, greenups, Lord Peckover, Seymour's Delight, Bitter Green Streak, and Merlin's Mist. So, although these are fictional varieties, I'll be honest, there are a lot of real apple varieties with equally stupid names. LT Vago says, the mushrooms haven't been involved in the game yet, but we talked about it for probably far too long for that one mushroom. Yes, we did. Hazel says, but you're not sad about the smoked meat. I'm sad about the discarded food that was probably edible. I don't trust the conditions in which the meat has been stored. This being the 19th century and refrigeration not having been invented yet. Ah, more apples. This is this is a cider apple press, isn't it? You put the apples in here. You press this handle, and then cider comes out. Well, apple juice comes out. Then you make it into cider, obviously. This is Somerset. We don't drink apple juice. We ferment it first. These glasses were probably full of cider. So I get can we do more than one? I wonder, or can we only do one at a time? Oh no, we can do more than one. Can we get them all in there? Going for a very varied cider here. Ooh, there's still space. Okay. Yeah, apologist, word of the day. I have no words, says Tibago. What? Oh, what? To Hazel saying smoked meat? Tibago, get your mind out the gutter. All apple cider, exactly. Right. Welcome to Hydraulic Press channel. Today we have these apples. What the fuck? It didn't explode. Okay, I was hoping for slightly more than what appears to be a piss stain on the bottom of the plate there, and I can't actually pick it up. I guess we put the wrong apples in. Why would you weigh an apple when you can squash an apple? Says LT Bago. And Pro Shumi says, as a certified appleologist myself, I'm very concerned about the blue apple. Harry! Yes, I don't have... I should have an apple emote. I have several fruit emotes, but apple is not one of them. Currently, the only two in rotation are the blueberry and the strawberry. I do have gooseberry and blackberry, but I don't have apple. Thank you for squashing the strawberry. Also, I'm glad these come back after you do the press, because... well, actually, hang on. Yeah, there's 12 on here, and we only had 8. Oh, here's the others. Ah, here's the others. This is the knobbly one. Yeah, there's no way I'm eating that apple. I'm sorry, but no. These ones actually look reasonably like normal apples. I might be tempted to try this one. This one looks fairly normal. Okay, what else do we have here? Ah, sugar, tannins, and acid values given per single apple. So the sweetest apple is the knobby russet. Although actually that might just be because it's the biggest one. It says per single apple. Low in tannins and acids. Well, that's good to know. Yeah, this one is bigger than the others, so maybe that's why it's got so much sugar. Yeah, I suspect part of the puzzle is going to be pressing the correct apple varieties. Ren says probably the most remarkable property of these apples is their propensity to respawn. Yeah, I mean, we are in an orchard, so I suppose you could just say that this is full of ripe apples and we just picked another one. Although, yeah, there don't actually seem to be any apples on any of these trees. Ooh, what do we have here? Red campion. That's an actual plant. Microscope slides. Yes, I'm generally not such a serious botanist that I'm actually doing the looking at slides under a microscope part of botany. Dr. Crouch is. She has a lab. She actually has a lab in her house with a microscope. Not many, but there are some native species in the UK that you can only distinguish by looking at sections of the plant in a microscope, because the distinguishing characteristics are things like different sizes of cells in the plant cell wall and that sort of thing. I do have a hand lens, and I also I found that if you take a modern smartphone, if you take a macro shot, you can kind of use that instead of a lens, which is a bit easier. There's quite a common plant called autumn hawkbit, where you identify it by forked hairs on the leaves. And yeah, if you zoom in as far as you can on your phone camera and get the best picture you can, zoom in all the way, you can just about make out the tiny forks on the hairs. They're about like 0.2 of a millimeter or something like that. So this is definitely a thing you have to do in botany. So we have a foxglove and we have a red campion. Interesting. And we have little sketches of what the cells look like. Doesn't look like we get to use the microscope ourselves. What's in here? Ooh, more slides. Primrose. Hyacinth. Spring dance shrub. Pixie tears. Okay, this is one of the ones that we one of the ones we're supposed to be growing. Bluebell. And cradle fern. Slightly different. And tincture of iodine. Okay. Yes, for staining the slides, I guess. LT Bagger says, would you say any of them are a bad apple? You're too late, T-Bago, to make bad apple jokes. You should have done them when we were playing Factorio. Somebody has actually made bad apple in Factorio. Not just the music, but also the animation. Yes, chloroplasts. In the world of plants, the sun is the ultimate source of energy. Chloroplasts, small organelles inside the cells of a plant, are responsible for capturing the light from the sun and converting it into sugar through photosynthesis. However, not all plants have chloroplasts. Some plants rely on organic matter for their energy and do not photosynthesize. They have lost their chloroplasts over time and have instead adapted to obtain energy by absorbing sugars through their roots. It is therefore recommended to add a certain amount of sugar to the soil when cultivating these particular plants. Okay. So, yeah, I see what the book is getting at. It's saying that the pixie, which one was it? Yeah, the pixie tears don't have chloroplasts. See, there's no green dots on their microscope slide. I don't think that's a real thing. I think all plants have chloroplasts in reality. And it's saying we need to add sugar to the soil. And I think that's going to involve pressing some apples that have sugar in them. Ooh, orchard mosaic. How nice. Reminds me of the family tree in the entrance hallway. An illustrated history of England for scholars, advanced classes, and the discerning reader by A&E Strickland. Well, I hope you're all discerning. We wouldn't want any non-discerning readers in here. If there's anybody non-discerning in, I'm afraid you'll have to stop watching it. Hello, Matcha Catcher. Are you a discerning reader, Matcha? Actually, Matcha, now that you're here, this game has poems in it, Matcha. See what you think to this, Matcha. How does this compare to your poetry? High on the mountain top so steep grows a flower that's hard to keep, its petals delicate and bright, whistling in the wind with all their might. The mountaineers who climb up high listen for the whistle as they try to find their way amidst the snow and reach the summit cheeks aglow. With every step they hear it loud, the wolf gloves howl clear and proud, guiding them through paths unknown to reach the summit and call it home. What do you make of that, Matcha, as our resident poet? Oh, more wasted sandwiches. That looks like a salmon and cucumber to me. With apple. Roshimi says, heading out for the evening. Thank you all for welcoming me. It is so nice to see you, Goji. Thank you, Shumi. I'm usually here Friday, Saturday and Sunday evenings, so feel free to drop by any time. I'm usually playing something silly like this. 8.4 out of 10, says Matcha. Not bad, not bad. Okay. Let's go back to the tree we were about to read. Eltibago says, Google says Rafflesia doesn't have chloroplast. Okay. Well, that wasn't one of the real species they included. I suppose it would have been confusing for gameplay purposes if they had, so that makes sense. Okay. What does the history of England have to say? This is titled Priest Holes. Which is quite a title. I'm a bit worried about where this might be going. Priest holes. Back in the Middle Ages, during the reign of Queen Elizabeth, all Catholics were persecuted by law. Quite right too. That was a joke, by the way, if it wasn't clear. Therefore, some households built secret rooms in case they needed to hide a priest that was visiting their family home. Many of these so-called priest holes were designed and built by Nicholas Owen. Only the owner of the house and Nicholas himself knew about the location. Because of this, it is thought that there may be many undiscovered priest holes throughout England to this day. I don't know, if you have a house old enough, like Elizabethan or older, that's quite a short list of properties, and they're all going to have been pretty extensively surveyed since then, for various reasons. I think we would know about them by now. But yeah, there is actually some truth to that, I believe. El Tibago says, as a priest, I know priest holes are perfectly normal for priest safety. Tibago, are you an actual priest, or is this something else you got off the internet? Lady Arabella, thank you for inviting me to Botany Manor last Monday. As a historian, I found it wonderful to see an authentic medieval manor, especially one as beautiful as yours. I apologise again for not being able to locate the priest hole in your house, although I am convinced it exists and we will find it one day. It won't be easy, they tend to be hidden well and sometimes require elaborate mechanisms to be opened. Okay, I have a feeling we will be finding one. It's not medieval also, this house. The architecture is completely wrong for it to be medieval. But Emma promised no more pedantry, so sorry. Lady Arabella, I have received your request for repairs to the roof of your garden tower. Alas, I must confess that I am not the man to undertake this task. It may have escaped your notice that the tower in your orchard is known to locals as the Turbulent Tower. It is believed that a poltergeist dwells within its walls. Legend says that the spirit is evil and brings ferocious winds upon anyone who dares enter the tower. I don't want to provoke the wrath of this ghost, and I advise you to refrain from meddling with the tower. Willie the Builder. Well, Willie, don't tell me what to do. We're going in. El Tibago says, I'm an ordinal reverend of the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, which is a legitimate religion. I mean, in as much as any religion is legitimate. I mean, they're all made up, right? Have you actually conducted any religious services for the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, Tibago? Um, his noodly appendage or whatever it is. Okay. Well, I don't see any poltergeist, and I don't hear any winds. Broken anemometer. See. Well, it is spinning slowly, but it's also broken, so I don't think we can trust it. Also, you know, the door's open, so there is going to be a breeze. That doesn't mean it's haunted, it means the door's open. The door's clearly been open a long time, because it's got leaves growing through it. Move up. Ooh, do we have an elevator system in our tower? Now that is fancy. Not quite sure it's up to modern building codes, but it's the 19th century. Pretty standard level of danger for that time. Ooh, we can open the thermometer is now blowing the other way. You would expect. Move up or down? Up we go. El Tibago says no, but I can legally marry people. In the UK, Tibago, marriage is not a religious ceremony. It is a civil one. You can choose to have a religious ceremony if you want, but it has no legal meaning. So no, you can't legally marry people. What legally marries somebody is depositing documents at the registrar's office. Anything else they choose to do is irrelevant. Without those documents, they're not married. With those documents, they are married. So yeah, you can gather the two people together and say some words about his noodly appendage, but unless you fill in the paperwork, those words don't mean anything. Ren says, Lady Arabella, I have for considerable time been writing you concerning the amplification of your carriage's assurance. Please write back post haste regarding this matter of vital importance. I mean, insurance advertising was very different in the 19th century. I mean, the Go Compare guy had to actually go round people's houses and sing to them. And as for the meerkats... Okay, it is also windy up here, I am pleased to confirm. Can we go even higher? Yes, we can. Is there a limit? Okay, yes. I think this is the top. It's really windy now. This looks suspiciously like one of those sources you put the plants on. So I think what we have to do is bring a plant here. So we're actually wasting our time at the moment. I just wanted to come up the tower. Let's go back down again. No, don't go down, not up. Stupid game. Down. I'm about to great glass elevator out of here. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't let you go up any higher than that. So, whether we have to bring a plant to exactly the right amount of wind to cause it to bloom, I don't know. We also can't go down from here. Okay. I do love the view. What else do we have? Yeah, we have another one of these. We still haven't discovered either of the... There are 2 seeds in this area, and we haven't discovered either of them yet. Just more writing. Tower wind research. Okay, open 2 of the windows. You get wind speed of 35 feet per second on 3rd floor. Do that. 50 on 2nd floor. 45, 20, 40, or 25. Somehow my anemometer broke. I hope there isn't a poltergeist in the tower after all. Okay, so we have to open the right combination of windows to get the correct wind speed. Interesting. The Mountaineer's Guide to Alpine Exploration. Okay. Be sure to wear the correct gear when climbing. The winds in the Alps can be fierce and changeable. It is advised to wear thick, warm clothing and sturdy boots with a good grip. Wind speed and pressure in the Alps by location. So, our plant is going to grow on one of these mountains and we have to match its wind speed, I guess. Makes sense. It's not how it works in real life, but never mind. I have a lot of hats, by the way. This is the 3rd discarded straw hat I've found. I would love to have so many hats that I can just casually leave them on chairs around my vast country estate. Hello, Ratmost! Ratmost, best rat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Ratmost, today we are playing Botany Manor, which, well, you know me. I think you'll agree that's an appropriate game for this stream. Puzzle game all about botany. People, if you have not yet experienced the pleasure of a Ratmost stream, then one of 2 things is the case. Either you have not followed the Ratmost, or you are European like me and she streams in the middle of the night. But, you know, just follow and you never know. Maybe you'll catch a stream. Okay, so that connects up to where we were before. This was the area we unlocked previously. Oh wow, you can actually go downstairs in here. Or you could go downstairs if the stairs weren't broken. The problem. I can see something flashing invitingly down there, but I can't actually get down. I mean, I could probably make that jump, but we are playing as a 65-year-old woman, maybe for the best not to try and make that jump. Okay. So I think we've seen clues to both of these plants. Yeah, this one's seed packet location orangery. I think the orangery is that building we were just in, and I think the seed packet is the one I can see flashing at me. But this one says seed packet location orchard. So I think, yeah, we should be able to find all the things for this. Yeah, so the wind research and the alpine weather clues, but there must be more clues. Oh, there are more clues. Okay. Oh, actually, there's more clues. Yeah, there's more clues than there are. Yeah, some of these clues are not the correct clues. Because we've unlocked 2 plants at the same time, we need to actually match the clues to the plant. So the pixie tears we know is the one without chloroplasts. So the microscope slides and the chloroplast book are definitely relevant. The cider apples and the apple blending are relevant because we need to give it extra sugar. I guess because there's only 1 slot left. So the wind research stuff must be for the other plant, which means that the builder's letter is with the other ones. The nursery rhyme was also about the mountains, so those clues are for the other plant. I'll put them on here. There we go. So we're still missing 1 clue for this. We're also missing the seeds for this. And they should be somewhere in the orchard. Where have I not been? Oh, did we read this thing by the... No, we didn't read this. This is by the cucumber sandwich that we did see. Dearest Arabella, how are you getting on in your garden? I hope it's not getting to be too much for you on your own these days. Our mutual friend mentioned you have been struggling to germinate the ash plume. Have you tried making sure there is fresh compost in the pot? Stubborn seeds often need that to grow. I've already germinated the ash plume. Way ahead of you on that one, sorry. I'll visit you sometime and perhaps I can find a way to crack the seed for you. I can show you the book I've been working on at the same time. Yours sincerely, Charles Tucker, Esquire. Okay. I did have to check. Charles Tucker Esquire has misspelled the word sincerely. It's since Rely. Not sure I want to read this book that he's working on if he can't even spell the word sincerely. Sorry. I realise this is the return of Emma the pedant, but in addition to being literally a botanist, I'm also literally a proofreader. That's part of my job, like my actual paid job, as opposed to my hobby, which is botany. So I do spot these things. Sorry, Mr. Tucker, but you spelt it wrong. El Tibago says, I often catch the tail end, gently, of a Ratmost stream. Sorry, every time I tab into this game, it snaps my view to the sky. I often catch the tail end of a Ratmost stream in the mornings. Ratmost says, do you find the botany realistic? El Tibago says, Ratmost asked the thing. And El Tibago says, was that the wrong thing to ask? And El Tibago says, no, maybe small Emma rant about accuracy. Emma has already done a small rant about accuracy. Ratmost, you can watch the VOD if you want the full story. But yeah, most the plants in this game that are actually part of the puzzle are fictional, so that's fine. But they have thrown in references to real world plants, and most of those are a bit nonsense. But you would never know unless you were literally a botanist who specialises in the flora of Somerset, which is like me and one other person in the entire world. So I can't really fault the game for doing that. Okay, we found the pixie tear seeds. I suppose since Ratmost is obsessed with the whole cheese thing, I ought to show her. We can shortcut through here now. Yeah, here. So this is a list of seeds and the location they found them at. With the exception of number 4, these are all real plants and real places in Somerset that I have personally been and done botanical surveys. And there are no poppies in Cheddar Gorge. Cheddar Gorge is one of the most biodiverse places in Somerset, home to over 400 species, and poppies are not one of them. It's wrong. It's completely irrelevant to the game, but it's wrong. No, the only part of the game that's actually annoyed me so far, there was a letter from an academic. This game is set in the 19th century, and there was a letter implying that the character in this game, who is female, was not allowed to study botany because they were a woman. And whilst there was obviously a lot of discrimination, and continues to be a lot of discrimination against women, what the game is portraying as the truth isn't really true. There were female botanists working in Somerset in the 19th century. I know because I've literally looked at their records. You know, I have access to the database that has these 19th century records in, and we've some cases we've actually tried to refine those species. So that it's again, there are maybe 2 or 3 people in the world who would play this game and see this. So it's really not a. I don't fault the developers at all for doing this, but it's very very specific to me. Uh, LT Bago says, I thought you were going to show Rat the Cheese House turrets for a sec. Tibago, this house is not made of cheese. Yeah. This is not cheese. It's brick. And Emma's house isn't made of cheese either. Honestly, what are you guys like? Also, this is near Taunton. This is in South Somerset. So it's not even near Cheddar. Ratmost says, that seems like it would be really easy to get right. Okay, but there are databases about where plants grow. Ratmost, there are indeed databases about where plants grow. I know. I spent a good chunk of my life contributing to them. Ratmost, though the developers of this game did not consult an expert in the flora of Somerset while developing this game. I know they didn't, because if they did, it would have been Dr. Crouch, because she's the Vice County Recorder. And I'm pretty sure she would have told me if somebody had consulted her about a video game. So I will be sharing my thoughts on this game with Dr. Crouch. Don't worry. It will be interesting to see what she thinks. Hello, Zando Toaster. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good Friday. Zando says, that sentence really sounded like it was leading to, I know, because I was one of those 19th century botanists. I am not, but I am the this is the thing, I am the 21st century equivalent to, because it was a lot less scientific back then. They were pretty much just wandering around the countryside writing down what plants they saw, and that's exactly what I do. That's what field recording is. So I am very much following in the footsteps of most branches of modern science were invented by 18th century British clergy or aristocracy with too much time on their hands. And so there is a proud tradition of wandering around the British countryside contributing to science that I am carrying on. And botany is very much no exception to that. But yeah, Zando, so there were, this is the thing, there were female botanists active in Somerset in the 19th century, doing exactly what the character in this game is supposedly unable to do, because they've been rejected, but that's not true, they were. And as an example, there's a rare orchid, and we have records from the late 19th century, early 20th century of that orchid growing near a certain farm, and we've tried to re-find it at that farm, and we suspect that the land has been, dug up or built on or sprayed with chemicals or whatever. But the tricky part is the original record uses a local name for that place, which is slightly different to how the place is named on the 19th century Ordnance Survey maps. And of course, GPS hadn't been invented then. So the problem is we don't actually know where they saw this rare orchid. So at that point, you've pretty much just got to show up and wander around hoping to find something, which is a lot of rare plant finding is wandering around hoping to find something, but especially when you've only got old records to go off. Pretty much anything pre-GPS, so pre 1990s. Even like comparatively modern things, they'll have instructions like the plants are under the 5th tree on the right, And it's like, great, but it was 1967 when you made that record, and since then some trees have died and new trees have grown, and the fifth tree on the right isn't the fifth tree on the right anymore. Ratmost is still not convinced and thinks that these walls might be made out of slabs of cheese. Maybe. Zano Toaster says, I thought this game looked cute. My partner played a demo of it a while ago. Aside from the inaccuracies about Somerset plant diversity, are you enjoying the game? As I say, I really should not be picking on that. I've got to, because it's funny. It's funny for me to play this game as the one person who would pick up on that. It's a lovely game, okay? The scenery is nice, the puzzles are easy but interesting to play through. It's not a hard puzzle game like The Witness or anything like that, even though the aesthetic is actually quite similar to The Witness. It's a little bit of fun, and I wouldn't buy it for full price. Probably it's about £24 on Steam right now. I'd wait for a sale unless you really want it. But it's nice, and it was inevitable I was going to play it on this stream given the subject matter. Ratmos says, let this be a warning to developers of cozy puzzle games. Academics will play your game, so you may as well consult them first. I now know how people in other fields, like, I know how, ex-military people must feel playing games like Call of Duty and seeing all the completely unrealistic things about combat. I know how... any game about, like, if a game is set in like a hospital or something, anybody who's worked in one is going to be going for it, going, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. I know the feeling now. When you're playing Half-Life, somebody who's actually studied anomalous materials will be going, no, the aliens don't look like that. They've got 3 heads. Dearest Arabella, how are you getting on in your garden? Oh no, we read that. Okay. Still can't eat the cheese. That's the puzzle we already solved. We need to read in here. Sorry, Emma is getting distracted, but Emma was always going to get distracted by this game, so you just go in with the mindset that Emma was going to get distracted, and it's all good. Notes on soil additives. Sometimes I need to add extra nutrition to the soil. I have found the following amounts to work best with different pots. Okay. Those are definitely pots. I think the pots in our potting station are all of the same design. Yeah, we don't get to choose what kind of pot to use. There is all this kind. And I think that's this one, the top right, because it's got this flower design on the front. So we need 97 grams worth of soil additive. So I wonder if that's referring to the sugar content that we need to add to from the apples. We have our pixie tear seed now. We know we need to add sugar to the soil to germinate it. Well, not to germinate. It germinates itself, but to make it bloom, we need to add. You need to add sugar, and we conveniently have an orchard with apples and a cider press, so that's a way to get sugar. Can we hang on? Can we can we press the flower? Oh no. Pro tip. So there is such a thing as pressing flowers. This is not how you do it. You don't just put the pot in the cider press. LD Mango says, I think it's been a nice palate cleanser from the super tricky hard puzzles. It's been fun. Yes, exactly, Tobago. I think the hard logic puzzles put a lot of people off. Those streams always get fewer views than the others. And I'm not super worried about views, but it's nice to do things that people want to watch. Harry says, Jonathan Ferguson, the keeper of firearms and artillery at the Royal Armouries Museum in the UK, which houses a collection of thousands of iconic weapons from throughout history, has reacted to some very cursed and inaccurate guns from games. Oh, that sounds like a good watch. Yeah. I don't really play first-person shooters. But thinking back to Team Fortress 2, which is the newest one I've played, which is now 18 years old, that game. Oh god, I'm old. There's in that game there's a grenade launcher with 6 barrels, but you can only fire 4 rounds at a time, because when the game released you could fire 6, but they nerfed it because it was too powerful, but they didn't change the model. So 2 of the barrels are just for decoration. that sort of thing. Although that game is stupid with weapons anyway. Like you can use swords and shields and bows and arrows and boxing gloves and all sorts of things, as well as guns. Like you can literally bring a knife to a gunfight if you want to. Ratmos says, I also spend a lot of time wandering around looking for historical landmarks at work. Welcome to Hydraulic. Ratmost, I already did that joke. I don't know if anyone clipped it. I literally did the Hydraulic Press channel skit with some of these apples earlier. Are cider donuts excellent in the UK? I learned recently that they're a big deal in New England. Don't think I've ever had a cider donut. I'm sure somebody somewhere in the UK has made them, but I wouldn't know where to get one personally. But Somerset is traditionally known for its cider, among other things, like obviously cheese. We can't forget the cheese, but it's also known for cider. Harry says, unfortunately, GameSpot has killed that React video series despite it being their most viewed series. Oh, that's a shame. LT Bago says, don't get me wrong, I enjoy watching the Emma brain at work on the super hard puzzles, but some silly between is nice. I'm glad you think so, T Bago. The thing is, if Emma doesn't exercise her brain regularly on the hard puzzles, then it won't stay in shape, and then Emma will just not be... Emma will be stupid. And we don't want a stupid Emma. We want a smart Emma. Hello, Dragon Girl _89. Welcome in, Dragon Girl. We're playing this game today. It's called Botany Manor, and look, there's pretty flowers everywhere, and also apples. Dragon Girl, I hope you are well. Thank you for redeeming Harebell as your flower. Harebell is my favourite flower, by the way. Dragon Girl, you happen to have got my favourite flower. This is what a harebell looks like, and it's amazing. Let me do a quick shout out for Dragon Girl _89. Awesome streamer, plays eco sometimes. Did a big Factorio playthrough. Dragon, I finished my Factorio streams now. The last one was on Wednesday. I did manage to launch a rocket. That's the first time I've actually launched a rocket on my own. Every other time I've joined one of Dragon's games and played with her. Zando, thank you for redeeming your flower. Harry was doing a random quote. Oh, you added a quote. Oh yeah, Charles Tucker Esquire has misspelled the word sincerely. I'm not sure if I want to read this book he's working on if he can't even spell the word sincerely. Well, exactly. I mean, if you're going to be a distinguished 19th century gentleman who uses phrases like Esquire after your name, you've got to be able to spell. I'm sorry. There are no spell checkers in the 19th century. You've got to get it right. Harry's quote was, I'm sorry, but everybody knows that if God exists, they take the form of a blowhigh and therefore have no legs. I don't remember why I said that, but it's the sort of thing I'd say. And Ratmost, thank you for redeeming your flower. Right, time to find out if I can actually press one of these pots. Okay, that is slightly disappointing. I was hoping there would be an achievement for crushing the plant, but actually it seems completely unharmed. Actually, well, I say completely unharmed, I think it's missing a leaf now. Yeah, what I'm supposed to do is put the apples in there. Let me just put this... Actually, no, I need to put it here, don't I? Yeah, I need to put it here so that I can infuse the soil with some sugar. But I need to get the right amount. And I've already forgotten how much it was. I think it was 97 grams. Dragon Girl says, so what is this game about? This game is about botany. It's about plants, my favourite subject. There are all sorts of different plants that you have to try and grow, and it's a puzzle game. You wander around looking for clues about how the plants grow, like this thing here where you can look at the plants under a microscope, that sort of thing. And this, which says I need to put 97 grams of sugar into the soil in order to make this plant grow. And I have to press these apples to get the sugar out. And also this apple looks really... I mean, look at this apple. This is not a normal apple. So the question is, how do we make 97 grams of sugar? This is where you have to do some actual maths. Okay, 40 plus 30 plus 27. So if we do a knobbly russet, a cat's head, and a merlin's mist, that will give us 97 grams. I know this one is the knobbly russet. I can't remember what the other ones look like. Cat's head is... Okay, the one that looks like it's melting. Okay, that's the cat's head. That on there. And then, which one was the... Oh, that's the blue one. Ah, oh dear, we're putting blue apple into our... into our soil here. I wonder how this will end up. Okay, so these three apples combined add up to 97. Let's press them. And if we get it right... Yes! We have grown the plant. Ooh, butterflies! Butterflies have come. Can I pick it up? Oh, it's going to do this. Oh, I didn't add all the clues. The pixie tears no longer contains chloroplasts, which are organelles responsible for photosynthesis. Instead, the pixie tears obtains sugar through their roots, which it commonly finds in the apples from orchards. Also, yeah, I didn't fill in the clue about the pots. Hang on. Game just crashed. Great. The perfect game for you. Yes, this actually is the perfect game for me, Dragon. I'm glad you agree. Right, hopefully that saved... Ah, okay, it saved right before we crushed the apples, so we get to do that again. Okay, we get to have the cutscene again. Vervain seems to have many flower shapes. Vervain is such a lovely flower, and it's quite rare. It's a rare native plant. It's really, really lovely. Okay. Let's try not to crash it this time. I think it's because I tried to do stuff while this animation was going. Okay. There we go. Right, now I can add a clue, and I need to add that pot notes. There we are. That's all the clues for that one. Yeah, I somehow soft locked it by going to this page and then not being able to click anything, and then it crashed. So I can pick up the flower. You can carry the plants all around the world, and there's quite a lot of places you can put them. So we've done half of this area. So there is another plant in this area, and then there's at least one more area, I think, because the book... Yeah. The book said there were 5 chapters, I think. Yeah, 5 chapters. So whether we want to end on time and do the rest of it on another stream, or whether we want to have this stream overrun a bit and finish the game, I'm not sure. Maybe people would rather end on time. There's quite a bit of the house we haven't unlocked yet. Maybe we can stretch this to... we can always do half a stream next week and then move on to something else. Because we could start Lingo, which was the second most voted game in the poll. Yeah, we need to find the next seed to plant in our plant pot. And I think I've already found it. I think it's that flashing thing on the fountain there. But the stairs have collapsed. So is there another way round? What is this? Ah, a key. Key to the painting room. Lady Arabella. As you can see, the staircase of the orangery collapsed in your absence. I have already written to the builder in the hope he wants to sort it out, though as you know he can be difficult to pin down. Well, he's already refused to sort the tower out. I do apologise if this is getting in the way of your research. I don't suppose you could find another way into the bottom level. Well, hopefully, yes. To Arabella Green, Botany Manor, Somerset. From Natty Golding. Can I open it? Or is this is it, I guess. Dearest Arabella, we made it to the Alps. We are so sad that you couldn't join us this time, but we understand you are busy creating your herbarium. Yesterday we were lost on a hike until suddenly we heard a strange whistling tune. We followed the sound and soon enough we discovered it. It was coming from a tiny flower. If only you'd been there to tell us what kind of flower it was. Your loving friend always, Natty. I do know what kind of flower it was. It was this one. Wolf glove. I need to find what mountain it grows on, and unfortunately this doesn't say. It just says in the Alps. Because we have a list of alpine mountains and their wind speeds. Looks like a cute game, says Dragon. It is. So the painting room was, here. We get to unlock that now. Okay. There is indeed painting taking place. That's a nice painting of what looks like it could be a foxglove. Botanical painting. Actually, is it this? Might be that, although it hasn't got any leaves. Or that one. Okay, it's not a foxglove then, but it's something similar. Ah, more uneaten food. Is that another scone? At first glance I thought it was a pork pie, but scone might be more probable. Our painting in watercolour. Another fake book. Meadow Orchids Research Team, 1862. Montague, Robert Brown, and Arabella Green. Dear Miss Green, your research proposal on the structure of coastal plants was of quaint interest. We have no plans to fund a small project like this, but perhaps if you are set on botanical fieldwork, you might assist Professor Montague in his work on British meadow orchids. I am sure your natural aptitude for domestic duties would be much appreciated. Might I also recommend John Lindley's book, Ladies' Botany, or a familiar introduction to the study of the natural system of botany. It is an elementary book for unscientific readers, and one I have heard is a suitable amusement for ladies such as yourself, being about a mother who wishes to teach her children about plants. Respectfully, J.W. Surtees. Strike me as particularly respectful, Mr. Surtees, but sure. Okay then. Altibago says, if telescopes use mirrors, how do we know there are no space vampires? Interesting question. So I don't think we can conclusively rule out the existence of space vampires. Our capability to detect exoplanets is still very limited. We've only just gained the technology to detect them at all. There could be vampires living on an exoplanet within our area of the galaxy, and we would have absolutely no clue. So I think that the mirror point is irrelevant. Direct observation of anything the size of a vampire at such distances is impossible. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about vampires literally floating around in outer space, I would say there's an obvious shortage of blood which to sustain them. But if you're talking about vampires inhabiting other planets, I think it's a very real possibility, and one that we should be prepared for in future if we do develop interstellar travel and decide to go and explore those planets in person. I think, yes, we should be prepared for the possibility of space vampires if we go to those planets. As well as aliens of other varieties, of course. But maybe take some garlic, a wooden stake, and some silver, just to be on the safe side. I mean, it can't hurt, right? Better safe than sorry. Hello, Ferrin. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good Friday. Ferrin says dark matter confirmed as being composed of no less than 80% space vampires by mass. Oh no. Panic, panic, panic. Not sure what to make of that theory. It wasn't posed as an Ask Emma redeem, so I don't actually have to respond to it, and maybe it's best that I don't. Dark indeed, says Ren. Yes, exactly. Ratmost has added a quote. Direct observation of something the size of a vampire at these distances is impossible. Ratmost, the things I say on my stream, right? Do you have a quote feature on your stream, Ratmost? It's something I recommend for all streamers who are prone to saying stupid things, which I think includes all the best streamers. Verdsky! Best Verdsky, hello. I'm so glad you could make. We're almost done with the stream for today, I think, but I'm so glad you made it in. Verdsky, we are playing a game that is possibly the single most suitable game for this stream ever. This game is called Botany Manor, and not only is it about botany, it's set in Somerset. This manor house is supposedly in Somerset, which is where I live. Like, I don't live... My house is not this size. I have had to stress that a number of times. But it has... Like, it mentions local places to me, and it has flowers that are local and stuff like that. So... it does mean that I've been pointing out every inaccuracy in the game rather pedantically. But yeah, this is the single most appropriate game I've ever played. Verdsky says, I wonder if you can visit. Sadly, Botany Manor is not a real place. There are some country estates in Somerset that are almost as big as this one. But this specific one is sadly fictitious. Inaccuracy 1, it's not raining. Oh dear. But Verdsky is a Canadian and is just jealous of our weather because it might be grey and raining all the time, but at least we don't have to dig ourselves out of snowdrifts every winter. Verdsky, we do get sunshine, okay? Next time it's a sunny day in the summer, I'm going to take a bunch of nice flower photos and send them to you, and then you'll have to accept that it's sunny sometimes. Versky says, oh, I see. Only the Brits are allowed to whinge about their rain. Yes! We're the only ones allowed to whinge about our weather. You're welcome to whinge about your own weather, of which you have plenty, I'm led to understand. Altibago says, Versky, sadly it was entirely made of cheese and was eaten in the Great Cheddar Caves shortage of 1914. I don't know if you were here for any of this previously, Versky, but my viewers have got it into their head that my house is made of cheese. It is a theory that they've come up with because I live near Cheddar. Cheddar, of course, being famous for its cheese. There are some problems with this. I don't live in Cheddar, I only live near Cheddar. And my house is not, in fact, made of cheese. And I just try to educate people. You know, I try to be a helpful scientific content creator by educating people about the diverse flora of Cheddar Gorge, and this is what I get in return. Verdsky says, I'm crying I can't type any longer. Well, I'm sorry to do that to you, Verdsky. You have my apologies. Verdsky coming in with the cheese. Every cheese-based pun you can imagine has been said in this stream, Verdsky. Don't worry. But thank you. Thank you for continuing that trend. Xander says, Cheddar, of course, being famous for its dairy-based architecture. Then that's not what I said. That's very much not what I said. Okay? These streams are recorded. You can go back and check what I said. That is not what I said. I'm going to have to move. I'm going to have to move to a different part of the country that doesn't make cheese. And that rules out a lot of the nice places. I can't go anywhere in Yorkshire. Can't go to Leicester. What I'll do, I'll move to Sandwich in Kent. They don't make cheese there, so nobody will be able to make any puns about where I live. The foolproof plan. Lady Arabella. I was wondering if I could join Mr. Bennett into town later this afternoon to place an order for a new kitchen scale. The one we have is rather ancient, and I'm afraid it's not suitable for measuring flour to make my delicious scones. If you could let me know your decision before the afternoon, that'd be lovely. In your service, Mrs. Patterson. Okay, if this letter was put here before I set off on my multi-year expedition, I probably didn't let her know before the afternoon. Also, I probably don't think her scones are that tasty, given that I've just left this one uneaten. Symbology. A study wherein the discerning reader will find a history of the use of religious and folkloric symbols throughout the art of the world. Those are indeed religious symbols. Actually, accurate religious symbols, not made up ones as well. So we did see the sheep carrying the English flag earlier, which is a Catholic symbol. That doesn't really tell us what we need to do with it, though. I'm going to assume all of these things are clues for this plant, because I don't see what other plant they'd be clues for. So we're still missing another clue somewhere. We're also missing how do we get down to the bottom floor of the orangery. The other aspect of the puzzle. But yes, lovely paintings. These canvases are all blank, it appears. This is the only painting we've ever attempted. Berdsky says, petition to change Emma's name to Emmentaler. No, Verdsky, I will not be changing my username or my real name. I've already changed my real name once. It was a lot of hassle, and I have no desire to repeat the process. Thank you. Okay, we didn't find which mountain the plant grows on yet, and we didn't find how to get down. I need to sit down. We didn't find how to get down the stairs either. Ren says, scone pucks. Oh, maybe it's related to the priest hole. It could be, actually. Yeah, they did mention that earlier. Tivago says, I would also leave the scone as there was not a drop of clotted cream in sight. Are you going to dig up the debate about whether the jam or cream goes on first? Which, by the way, being from Somerset, I have no skin in that debate. It's between Devon and Cornwall for whether you put the jam on and then the cream, or the cream on and then the jam. Personally, I put the jam on and then the cream because the jam kind of soaks into the scone, so that's an excuse to put more jam on, whereas the cream doesn't really soak in. And then you have to balance the jam on top of the cream, which means you end up with less jam. And I think Verdsky will back me up on this. Verdsky, more jam is better. I think I'm right in saying that. I'm talking here to the person who has a jam calendar every year. LT Bago says, also Emma says scone wrong. I don't say scone wrong. I say scone wrong. It's a regional British dialect thing. Some areas say scone. Some areas say scone, and those areas have a different accent to me, and that is fine. But LT Bago, and I do want to be serious and clear about this, I don't say it wrong, I say it in the manner that my accent says it in, which is equally as valid as any other manner. Thank you. Hello, Darkness Queen, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're having a good Friday. How's it going? We've had, to be honest, this stream has mostly been talking and messing around and being teased by my viewers, might I say. But we have also been playing this cute little puzzle game called Botany Manor. Verdsky says, now I'm thinking those butterflies look like cheese. Verdsky, are you feeling a bit hungry? You're hallucinating food again, Verdsky. Verdsky says, can confirm more jam is always better. Yes, I knew you'd back me up on that. It's good. How about you? I've had a pretty rubbish week at work, and I'm still not feeling great. Last couple of weeks, I had a bit of a virus, and I was kind of out of it, and it's gone now. But I've still got a cough that's been bugging me all day. Ratmos says, is sconner a real word or a real slang word? You've awakened the lexicographer in me, Ratmost. I know I don't play Scrabble anymore, but you're asking me whether slang words are real words now, which is a tricky question. You're going to have to check a dictionary for that one. Vertsky says, I have been craving cheese for weeks. You're probably right. What I can recommend, Verdsky, is some traditional Somerset cave-aged mature cheddar. Available at all good supermarkets and also some bad ones. I am not sponsored. I should be. I should get sponsored. If you're gonna mock me for all this stuff, at the very least, I should be sponsored by cheese. We've talked about being sponsored by IKEA because of the blow eye. How about I get sponsored by cheese? Verdsky says, I shall endeavour to look for it, as I am indeed hosting a cheese party on Sunday. I don't want to be mean to Verdsky. I don't want to stereotype Verdsky, but she just talked about how she was craving cheese and is now revealed she's hosting a cheese party. Verdsky is a bit of a foodie, let's be honest here. To the reference section, says Ratmost. Yes. Schoner. So, Schoner is a slang term with multiple meanings, some of which are rude and some of which are less rude. A person, oh yeah, that one is, yeah. Person who expresses content. But yes, because there's a Scottish dialect word which is scunner, which is almost the same, and then sconner is also a slang term. It's like a slang term for a posh person because it's mocking the fact they say scone rather than scone, except that doesn't even work because the scone divide doesn't correlate with class, so that must only be specific to a particular area. I mean, none of this is official. I had to consult Urban Dictionary, so that's the level of non-seriousness that you have to stoop to. I think the safest answer to your question, Ratmost, is to say that no. If you're talking about recognition by a reputable dictionary, scholar is not a word. But if you're talking about casual slang use, then yes. I think it may be misguided in its origin and meaning, though. So these maps are often inaccurate. And subject to the usual disclaimers here about don't trust anything you see on the internet. But this map does the rounds a lot for how people pronounce scone or scone. So it's clear that there's a lack of data in Northern Ireland, but the blue areas are where they say scone, the red areas are where they say scone, and the yellow areas are where it's a mix. I'm from Somerset, which seems to be pretty much 50-50 on the issue. They maybe sort of North Midlands into the north. This area here around Nottingham, Sheffield, Hull, Stoke, Derby, they say scone, and in Scotland they say scone. So yeah, it's not a class thing. It is a regional dialect thing. But yeah, I've never heard the slang term "scholar" used. So yes, scholar in this context, says Tibago, is Northern UK slang disparaging people who say scone the way Emma says it. I haven't heard it personally, which is ironic given that the biggest concentration of people saying scone is in the Midlands, the North. I won't pretend to know exactly where to draw the line. Ferrin says cheddar, literally a house built out of cheese, from the Middle English che, cheese made, and dar, dwelling, home, from the Old English ke-dur, originating from the Proto-Indo-European ke-edda, slow milk sleep temple. I mean, as fake etymologies go, that's a pretty good one, Ferrin. Thank you for that. And I'm going to refer to my house as a sleep temple from now on. I mean, that's pretty much what it is. It has a shrine to sleep, also known as a bed. And I participate in nightly rituals, which It can last up to 8 hours if I'm lucky, although quite often I don't manage that much. The idea of cheese being slow milk is interesting. I'm I'm giving serious thought to deleting my Twitch account and my Discord and starting again under a different name just to stop people joking about my house being made of cheese. Because I want a different meme now. Because I feel like even if I move house, it won't stop. Like, you'll just tell me that my house is made out of wherever the local cheese is. Which, you know, don't live in Wensleydale because all the buildings are really crumbly and fall apart. At least cheddar has some structural integrity to it. First seen in the ancient British text, the poetic cheddar, says Verdsky. I'm not even playing the game at this point, by the way. I'm literally sitting on this chair complaining about cheese. Cheddar colour.
Cheddar colour PLS.
I mean, I don't have that many colours to choose from, Verdsky. That's a bit too orange. That looks more like Red Leicester. I think that's the closest I can go. Is that good enough? It's actually it's more of a green in real life. My OBS has a slight color correction on the face cam because without it my face looks slightly green. So I have a shift. It's Elgato's crappy software fault. Elgato has an auto white balance feature in its face cam, which tries to set the white balance correctly. But if I turn that on, I can't use my colored light because the face cam white balances the other way to correct the color. So if I color the room green, it white balances it back to white. So all my lights look grey. So I have to do manual white balance, and you can only manual white balance on a scale from blue to orange. You can only do the color temperature. Proper white balance, you need 2 axes. You need orange to blue, and you need purple or green. And it's too green, so I have to hue shift it to purple in OBS. So the upshot of that is this backlight is actually green, but it looks yellow. But at least I don't look like an alien, or that I'm ill. Ratmos says, alas, we don't get to choose our memes. But Ratmos, you get to choose your memes. You get to be best rat streamer. Who wouldn't want that as their accolade? Ferrin says, as fake etymologies go, that's a pretty good one, is high praise. Well, thank you. It's a long time since I've seen a good attempt at one. Okay, we are now 20 minutes over our time for the stream, so we should probably think about wrapping things up because I don't think I'm going to finish the game today. I was hoping to figure out how to get down there before we ended. But so far, I'm not seeing anything I missed. I feel like, as Ren was saying, there should be a secret passageway of some sort. Would be the thematic theme to put at this point. We've read all these things. We came down here. This door is still locked, isn't it? Yeah. Can't go there. Is that somebody else's house? Or do we have our own boathouse now? Ren says, what's that game called? Balderdash? Yes, Balderdash is where you come up with fake meanings for words. That is very true. Although not in as much detail as... I've never seen somebody play Balderdash And they give the derivation of the word going back to Proto-Indo-European. Um, I'm sure there are linguistics students have played Balderdash in that way before now, but I've not witnessed it myself. Altibago says, time to put those Elgato cams on eBay and get a Logitech C920. I'm not spending any more money on streaming equipment. I'm already at the point where it's going to take me about 5 years to earn back what I have invested into streaming through Twitch. So for now, I'm not spending any more money on streaming. I must have missed something here. Random. I love this garden, the aesthetic of this garden with just random tables scattered around the place. I would love to live in such a place, but I feel like I would just... If I didn't have a groundskeeper to keep it looking this way, it would just become a disorganized mess, because I would not be able to stay on top of where anything was. No, no, that's just a chair you can sit in. Versky says 5 years just means that Emma hasn't bought a new GPU yet, or that becomes a 10-year estimate. I have recently upgraded my PC, Versky. I did post in my Discord when I did. I think you saw it, which did include a new GPU. I don't count that as a streaming related expense because I would be playing video games even if I wasn't streaming, and I would have a PC even if I wasn't streaming. Yeah, if you include the cost of the PC, it's more like about 40 years to pay back the cost. But I don't plan on doing that. Yeah, the PC is for my personal use, and I happen to also use it to stream. My previous PC was powerful enough to stream in 1080p without issue. And I don't tend to play particularly demanding games. Like, I'm not trying to run the latest AAA Call of Fortnite on it. I'm mostly playing puzzle games. So it's probably overspec for what I actually need it for, but I'm intending to keep it for a while now. As in, you know, probably 10 years-ish if it lasts that long. Right, how do we actually get down here? I don't even see another way in to this room, is the thing. Like, surely there should be another door. Unless that's supposed to be a door. It looks like a secret door embedded in the rock. But then it would come out... like in the sewers. It would come out under here. Maybe I'm missing something inside then. Haven't got any. Yeah, I haven't got any other keys to use. Tobago says, Vertigo, I need to stop looking at the 9800X3D. My wallet is crying. Yeah, my wallet cried when I bought my PC, but, you know, I have always been a PC gamer and I always will be, so it's one of those expenses I just have to accept is an expense for Emma's. This is the thing, I don't spend much money outside of essentials apart from doing this, you know. And botany is a relatively cheap hobby to pursue. The biggest cost is fuel and car ownership to be able to drive to where I need to be. And generally people own cars anyway. So, you know, other than that, it's just buying a clipboard, some paper, and a few books. So I don't spend on essentials outside of that, apart from essentials. So I think I can justify the cost to myself. Ratmos says, I did not choose the rat. I did not choose the rat. The rat chose me. No, I did not choose the rat. I discovered the rat. Well, you chose to be a rat VTuber, and I think it was a good choice. Rats are cute. Yeah, I wish Alice was here. Alice is another rat streamer and would back us up on this. Birdsky says, my brain has fallen out today. Please disregard me coming off a big old migraine. It's alright, Birdsky. I know you go. Birdsky, I won't go into too much detail on Birdsky's health problems, but she has she has not had the best of luck, and has a lot of really bad migraines. And we wish her all the best. El Tibago says clipboards in this economy. Not only clipboards, but a fancy posh scientific clipboard with a waterproof cover so that I can continue botanizing even when it's raining. Yeah, I am not seeing any secret passages in this house that would lead me to the orangery. I'm obviously missing something, and I'm wondering if maybe it's just time to pause for the day. Wandering around everywhere I've been, looking at the walls in hope of going, secret passage. But nothing is jumping out at me. Yeah, these are all just places I've been before. We're also on completely the wrong side of the house from the orangery, so it would be a funny place to have the passage even if it was here. Orangery is there. But yeah, you'd have to come from this side, I think. This place is huge. Well, we haven't unlocked everything yet. There is this. Do I have the information needed to unlock this? There was something about the construction date being the key in one of the clues. Does the building have a construction date? Like, usually they have it above the doorway. This one doesn't, though. Or if it does, it's overgrown with plants. So maybe that clue was talking about something else. Yeah, I don't see a date on the outside. And also that combination lock is a letter. It's 3 letters, so don't know. Ferrin says a fancy clipboard for a seismologist. Which is just an etch-a-sketch upon which they write, there has not been a significant earthquake in this vicinity today, and it automatically updates if a seismic event of sufficient magnitude occurs. Interesting idea. I think you invented what's called a seismometer, Ferrin, except that those actually record what's happening. Yeah, I didn't think I'd get stuck in this game, but I actually am stuck, and I think that's a sign that it might be time to end for today. It would be nice if you could go back and, like, if you could come here, click on the clue and actually look at the document, but you can't. You have to actually physically go back to the place. That would maybe be one criticism of this document. But yeah, I do like that it includes a map, although I notice it doesn't have "you are here" on the map. It would be nice if it told you where you actually were. I wish my mind thought like Ferrin's mind, instead of like Emma's mind, which is altogether more scatterbrained. Ferrin said that what they've actually invented is a latching 1-bit binary seismometer. Quite, yes. Okay, there's nothing in there apart from the windows, which I did already know about. Hmm. This is all talking about how to grow the plant, which is all very well. I'm going to grow the plant as soon as I get its seed. It's just saying there's another way down. And then there was the thing about the priest hole. But it didn't really say anything about priest holes, except, you know, there's probably one somewhere on the property. Something... I know it isn't, but I want to believe that this duck is key to the entire thing. Or this duck, of course. Could be either duck. Hard to tell. What there? Oh, it's pointing at the door. Yeah, I can shut doors. I'm not sure why I'd want to shut doors. I can shut doors. Duck! There's rain. All there. Good. Anything hiding in the log pile? Doesn't look like it. I'm not sure which garden qualifies as the back garden. I don't think we can do that yet either. Where is the thing about priest holes? Maybe I need to reread that. Remember where that was. Are they still called logs once they are split? Is there another word for the resulting fragment, or is that still a log? Interesting question. I'm not sure I know the answer. Yeah, this guy can't find the priest hole. Just says that there might be one, and that it might look a bit like that, I suppose, but I found one. Don't know if that's a clue to something. Once a log is small enough, it becomes kindling, says Auburn. That is very true, yes. Don't know what the definition is of where it switches between one or the other. You take a really big log and split it, I'm pretty sure it's still called a log. Yeah, makes sense. Emma is apparently not as smart as people claim, on account of he can't even finish this game. I will hunt around off stream and find the solution, and then I won't go any further with the game till the next. Area is still locked. Yep. Doesn't help. It's common enough to say throw another log on the fire, even though firewood is usually split. So yeah, maybe it's just still a log. I believe that depends if it rolls downstairs alone in pairs or runs over your neighbour's dog. Keep I go. Really? So much wood panelling in this house, you can't really tell where a secret door would be if there was one. Like it could be in any of these places. Erin says there's a joke in here somewhere about for the mathematicians about how it depends on whether the log is natural or not. Yeah, Ferrin is too smart for this stream. Okay. Ferrin coming in here with the actual intellectual jokes. Yeah, well, the only thing that I might potentially be able to do to progress is this. But I haven't seen anything that looks like a 3-letter code. So... what gives? Atmost says, Phone's too smart for everywhere, don't sweat it. Okay, if you say so. I'm trying to decide if certain letters on this notice are a different colour than other letters. I think this is more trying to make witness puzzle clues out of this very much not witness puzzle game. I don't think it would do that sort of thing. Maybe if I ring the bell a few more times, someone might bring me some more packages. Yes, this actually wasn't here before. We are pleased to deliver a new key for your orchard gate. We hope you're enjoying the gate. Don't hesitate to visit us again should you need further metalwork or decoration of the manor. I mean, if you wouldn't mind bringing me the rest of the keys, that would be awesome. But I have a feeling you won't until I solve more puzzles. Got it. Blast myself with 80-degree heat. The worst that could happen. I wonder if there's an achievement for doing it the wrong temperature. Because there's an achievement for pressing the wrong apples and doing other things wrong. Try a nice balmy 0 degrees. Not really a heat vent at this point. No. About 80. I think that would actually set it on fire. Okay, neither of those things are achievements. Good to know. Ferrin says, I definitely thought this was a witness puzzle game, but then again, I've mostly just been absorbing the aesthetics and following all the bad data. This is not a witness style puzzle game, at least not the bit I've been playing so far. You search around for clues that tell you how to grow your plants. And then you put those clues together. To tell you yeah, hang on. I actually have enough documents now, but I think that's because I have the letter from the builder. And it's saying I haven't filled in all the right clues for this plant. This is the one that we need to do the wind thing for when we actually get the seeds. So the nursery rhyme is relevant. The letter from the builder is relevant about the tower. The wind research is relevant. The alpine weather is relevant. The letter about the Alps is relevant. Envelope with stamp is relevant. Oh, never mind. For some reason, the game lets you put the same clue in twice. Why does it let you do that? Why would you ever want to do that? Yeah, we're still missing one. But we're still missing the seeds. And the seeds are in the orangery, and I don't know how to get to the orangery. So the actual clues, Ferrin, is not witness-style environmental puzzles. It's just finding things and using them. Clara, thank you so much for the raid. You dropped in earlier saying you were heading off. I didn't realise you were going to do a stream. Thank you so much for raiding. We are going to be ending pretty soon, but we've had a wonderful stream playing this puzzle game. It's called Botany Manor. I've been a bit stuck on it, but that hasn't mattered because I've just been chatting to viewers. But I hope you had a good stream, Clara. Do let us all know what you were playing and whether it was successful. And thank you for the raid. And everybody, please go follow Clara. You will not regret it. They are an awesome streamer. I know I say that every time, but that's because it's true. Yeah, there's something somewhere in this game that we've missed, and I don't know what it is. I think we need to find one more clue before we can get to the orangery. Logically, that one more clue must be in the orchard somewhere, because that's the last place we can access. Maybe I'll just go back and look at the orchard in more detail. Clara says, I assumed that someone to grab the chance to rage and spread the love. It was lovely we started down in Bermuda, a game apparently taking 2.5 hours. We will need 5 hours. Yeah, I know the feeling, Clara. I think this game is supposed to be about 3 hours, and we're oh god, we're almost 5 hours in. I still have absolutely no clue what I'm doing wrong. So yeah, I can relate. But highly recommended for some cozy, somewhat easy puzzling, very cute art style. Sounds very much like what we've been doing today. So I might actually keep that one in mind. Down in Bermuda, let me just look it up on Steam. I've got... You can tell it's been a bad stream for me because just looking at my browser tabs, I've got scone pronunciation open. I've got all sorts of things. Down in Bermuda. Okay. It's good reviews. Okay, point and click adventure puzzle game. Interesting. I will stick that on my wish list as a reminder to have a closer look at it. Thank you for the recommendation, Clara. Seems very on brand for us puzzle gamers, says Clara. Yes, you do get to crush apples, which is one positive to this game. But we've already solved the puzzle that involves that. Is what all this stuff was for. Including what that was for. So yeah, all this stuff was for the plant that we've done. This is just a bench you can sit on. It doesn't appear to do anything. Yeah, we haven't got the seed to the next plant yet, so there's no point trying to pot a seed. That just closes that. We've already used that. We haven't used this. But yeah, this is just for preparing the slides. I thought it was. Use that. We haven't used this. But this isn't listed as an option for a clue, so I don't know if it's even for anything. And yeah, this thing about the priest holes. Doesn't come up as a potential clue either, nor does that letter about them. It's just to let us know that at some point there's a hidden passage in the game. But despite looking all over for one, I can't find it. Clara says, oh no, my tabs are the same, looked up a lot of silly things. It has shinies, a cute main characters helping you, and the puzzles range from way too easy to let me just click in hopes to brute force my way through this. And even shoot, I need to look this up. Yeah, I don't like looking things up, but I might, if I can't solve this off stream, I'll look it up, because I've been wandering aimlessly for almost an hour now. Botany Man looks beautiful. What's the verdict? I heard you were saying it's somewhat unrealistic. Do I need to wish list it? It's quite expensive. I would wait for a sale if you are going to get it. When I'm saying it's somewhat unrealistic, this game is a game about botany set in Somerset, and I am a botanist who lives in Somerset. It's only unrealistic if you are one of the 3 people in the world who actually knows about this stuff. Otherwise, it's just a fun game. So I would not say it's unrealistic at all. Why is the envelope here? Matter. But that's a clue. The envelope itself is not a clue. Is it? Oh, envelope with stamp is on here as a clue. Okay. Do we need to know the significance of this envelope then? Because I thought it was just the envelope the letter came. It's got this ram's head on it. But what does that relate to? Harry says that's where I played it. Oh, Harry, have you played this game? I wasn't aware you'd played this game, Harry. Have you played this game? Clara says, I wait for a sale like I usually do. It's not like I'm short on games currently often on stream. Okay. Well, if I'm completely stuck, maybe Harry can give me hints at some point. That we looked at this. These were not clues we could use either. Oh, have we looked at this? No, we have not looked at this, I don't think. Discarded poem. Oh, if Matcha, you're still here, you can see what you make of this. Clara says, wait for a sale. Raid and fade into lurk again, still need to figure out later. Yeah, no problem, Clara. I really should be ending now. I'm just gonna read this and then I think I'll end. Thank you for the raid once again. My dearest Arabella, in gardens fair, you grace the scene of flower rare. Your presence beams with radiant light, a lily's charm so pure and white. Your hands like petals soft and fine, in tender touch a love divine, and in your eyes a brilliance glows, as daisies fair in spring's repose. Oh, how I long to have you near, to cherish you my heart sincere, like roses freshly cut you'd be, the trophy of my home with glee. It's a lovely poem, but it has been scrunched up and discarded, and it's an end to me, so clearly I wasn't impressed by whoever wrote it. Oh, wait, have I haven't looked at this, have I? Oh, I haven't looked at this. Oh, but this is a floor plan. Okay, but, like, this doesn't even have the orangery on, and it certainly doesn't have a priest hole marked on it. Like they wouldn't be writing letters about it's on your property somewhere, but we can't find it. If there was a map hanging on the wall with it on. So where have we been out of all this? We've been to the servants' hall, kitchen, pantry, Indian room, main hall, vestibule, flower room, dining room, library. We haven't been to the second floor library because it's locked. We haven't been to the bedrooms on the second floor because there's a tree in the way. We've been everywhere else that's marked on this map. So I don't think that actually helps us unless it's a... No, it's not. Doesn't count as a clue. Okay, I thought I was getting somewhere then, but this doesn't actually help. It doesn't even have the orangery would be like here, above the servants' hall. Ren says constructed 1593. Weren't we trying to figure that out? We were. Yes, there was something that said that was the answer to a puzzle, but I don't know which puzzle. There is a puzzle with a combination lock, but it wants letters, not numbers, so it's not for that. Gloria says, have a lovely rest of your stream and I hope you feel better soon and kick the remainder of the virus in its butt. Thank you, Clara, thank you. Matcha enjoyed that poem, rates it 8.8 out of 10. Thank you, Matcha. Debago says 1593 was a good a good cheese prick year. Oh my god. I hate my viewers. I hate my viewers. I hate them. Where is the thing about the production date? There's also the kitchen scale. We haven't used that yet. There's this that tells us the thing in the pantry is Catholicism.
Strange horticulture.
We have a game request from the one and only Ratmost, best rat streamer. Strange horticulture. I mean, it sounds from its name like it's botany related. Strange horticulture. Okay, not exactly botany, but it is plant related. An occult puzzle game in which you play as the proprietor of a local plant store. Okay. Thank you for that request, Ratmost. I have a few requests, a backlog of a few requests right now. The first of which, Mini Metro, we will be playing on Sunday, but I will definitely bear that in mind and hopefully we will get to it soon. Thank you so much, Ratmost. And thank you, Matcha, for adding that quote. I stand by what I said. Low humidity really supported proper drying, says Ratmost, in relation to the presumably in relation to the cheese. Oh, I can't do any more chemistry experiments now. Use that. We used that. We used all that stuff. Use that. Don't know why we couldn't expect those. I don't think we need to use them. Use those. Yeah, I don't see how 1593 would correspond to this. So I don't think that's the same clue as answers that. That's it says blocked by tree. Ratmo says, presumably in relation to strange horticulture, it's a tiny bit spooky, but like in an eerie, melancholic way. Yeah, I don't do horror games on this stream, but that doesn't sound like it's that, so that's fine. I would be willing to play that. Yeah, I probably won't even put the VOD for this stream on YouTube because nobody wants to watch somebody wandering around the same map for an hour. Talking to somebody who's not there. Butterfly. Just the plant that I made. Yeah, you can carry your plants around. I don't know if you have to do anything with them. Yeah. It's just the apples. I know I'm going around everything for the 5th time, but I don't really see what else to do other than go around everything for the 5th time, so I do apologise. Okay, yes. Yes. Don't know what that does, yes. managed to grow the seed. Use that. The turbulent tower, yep. Which we've been in. Broken monitor. Maybe it's the Adam West Batman answer and you need to play the right tune on the piano to open the priest hole. Maybe. Harry, did you get terribly stuck on this part, or did you spot something that has apparently overlooked me? Or that I've overlooked? Something that's escaped me. Emma cannot speak. Moonlight Sonata. Yeah, you can't actually... It's not like Core Keeper where you can actually play tunes on the piano, sadly. Which? Book. Fake book. Even book you can read. Inaccurate information about Somerset. Grey squirrels. It took a bit for everything to click, says Harry. Okay. That's locked. We haven't done this shopping list yet, but I haven't found flour, milk, potatoes, eggs, leek and carrots that can be picked up anywhere. So, there's no extra... No, I've got left and right key controls on the bottom of the screen, but it doesn't change, it doesn't flip the page, so... Still locked. I'm fairly sure we have looked at everything in this room now. I realise I missed some things the first time round. Yeah, we know that this is Catholic, but how does that happen? Like, does that mean it's where you'd hide Catholic priests? But if so, how do you operate? You operate it with the weights, maybe? I guess. Maybe the 1593 is a clue for the weights. But you can't make 1,593 ounces with these weights. Maybe, does it literally just mean the 159 and 3? Okay, it does. Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed in that because when you see weights, you automatically think about adding up, like, because we just had a puzzle where you had to make 97 grams of sugar with different apples. So I was expecting you have to make 37 grams of weight with 4 of these weights or something. But no, okay, it was literally just spelling out 1593. I mean, as priest holes go, this is pretty elaborate, don't you think? Could it be? Okay, that's not even the orangery. There's a whole nother room down here. Bago says, through the magic of editing, you can just cut this last hour of cheese-based running around and paste in the ending. Yeah, but that requires me to actually edit my videos, and that requires me to actually have time to edit my videos, which I don't have time to do because of, well, for a start, all my streams are overrunning. My Lord Grain, thou hast ventured mightily in granting me refuge within these walls, and for such favour I remain eternally indebted to thee. The cunning of Little John in his establishment of this sanctuary doth inspire awe. A saint he is, for our brethren and sisters who have sought refuge from the harsh rule of Queen Elizabeth and King James. Pray extend my gratitude unto thy cook for the sustenance provided. A welcome respite from Brother Michael's oft-repeated fare of leeks and potatoes. Most earnest of thanks. We entrust that this mission shall not mark our final communion, and that our faith may endure unbroken. Yours with devotion, R. Blount, presumably a Catholic priest. So, What level of Emma pedantry would you like in response to this? Because I can offer pedant lots, says Harry. Okay. So potatoes were brought to the UK. They were first brought to the UK in 1583, which was towards the latter part of Elizabeth I's reign. And so, although he could feasibly have eaten potatoes at the time of this message, they were certainly not a common enough element of the diet that you would refer to them as oft-repeated fare. They were still a very novel thing. So heavy on the leeks by all means, but not so much the potatoes. It would be another century or so before that would become the case. Potatoes are not native to UK. Sorry. Duck. Tufted duck. This species of duck is specifically a golden eye, I believe, so named because of its eye. Thank you for subscribing to Duck Facts. Have an orangery. Seeds, which I knew were there all along. Okay. And now it's midnight and I really do need to end, so we will pick this up next stream. Probably not a whole stream left. Probably maybe half a stream, and then we'll do half a stream of something else that works. At least I solved that puzzle eventually after far too much wandering around. So thank you everybody for watching. Thank you in particular to Clara for the raid, to Japer for the raid, to Rooney for the raid, to the anonymous gifter who gifted 3 tier 1 subs, who shall remain anonymous, and to Lana, who non-anonymously gifted a sub at the start of the stream. Thank you to everybody who redeemed things. Matcha has redeemed drink water. My hair is a terrible mess. This is what happens when my stream's gone for 5 hours. And we're going to look for somebody to raid now. Rooney says thank you for the lovely stream. Thank you, Rooney, for being here and for the raid earlier. LT Bagger says thanks for the stream. It was fun. Remember to watch out for space vampires. I shall do my best, T-Bagger. I can't promise I'll avoid them. I'll do my very best. Okay, I'm going to look for raid targets now. If anyone has suggestions, please do let me know. I've got the usual culprits alive, like Nespar and Pidge. And Orzul is live, but sometimes Tibago has ideas. People I don't know. Anyone else can chime in with ideas. Oh, Approach Stoic is live as well. Oh, well, he's not quite live. His stream is live, but he's not there. So maybe we don't go there yet. Who else? Yeah, it could just be another Nespar raid. I think that's always a safe bet. Nespar is very, very cozy stream. Oh dear, I opened my spreadsheet where I put all my raids so I can see who I've been to. Microsoft started trying to sell me Copilot. No thank you, Microsoft. Please kindly bugger off. Batmo says to Altibago, if you can see the space vampires, it's too late. Right you are, Batmost. You have to be careful. We're going to Nespar today. Plays NES games and other Nintendo games on original hardware. Very, very chill streamer. Loves to interact with their chat. Can often be found talking to chat instead of playing games. I know the feeling. Did you really have to quote that? Okay, here's the Nespar raid coming. I'm going to drop a message in chat for people to use when we raid in. So if you are subscribed, please use this message here. If you're not subscribed, you can use any emotes you like in conjunction with that message. Feel free to put your own emotes in if you'd like, but if you don't have own emotes, then how about some dancing dinosaurs? That quote was put in wrong. Fortnite as in the video game Fortnite, not streams that are 2 weeks long. I don't avoid those. I will be back tomorrow with probably the concluding part of 7 Billion Humans, the programming puzzle game. And Sunday will be a new game. It will be Mini Metro, as requested by Alhuno. And then back here next week, I think what we'll do is we'll finish this game and then we'll start Lingo, which was the second place game in my poll. That's another puzzle game, a bit like The Witness, a bit like Antichamber. Until then, thank you all very much for watching. Sorry about the long stream, and bye for now.